from the harsh impact of climate change. At the same time, it is equally important to find a balance between alignment with climate change mitigation strategies and improvement of energy supply, while simultaneously reducing costs for all residents of the city of Johannesburg. This we hope to achieve through promoting embedded and distributed generation such as rooftop photovoltaic systems, increasing the share of renewable energy in the grid, eradicating energy poverty, improving energy efficiency and reducing the share of fossil fuel use in the industrial sector, achieving net zero carbon emission through efficiency and renewables in all public and private buildings, ensuring all municipal operations and buildings are net zero carbon, achieving net zero carbon in all existing buildings through retrofits, reduction in severity of climate change, and keeping clean energy affordable. And our green energy aspiration is to achieve 35% of electricity usage from renewable energy sources by 2030. Key to achieving our goals will be the transition toward a smart city, where the City of Johannesburg will, in partnership with residents and relevant stakeholders, construct a tomorrow that our youth will want to inherit. Part of the Smart City agenda is to promote a just transition towards green and smart energy, made up of a mix of energy sources that will be geared towards a carbon-neutral city by 2050. In addition, smart energy refers to the process of using smart technologies and devices to manage energy in an efficient manner. It focuses on powerful, sustainable renewable energy sources that promote greater eco-friendliness while driving down costs. In today's modern era, smart energy proves increasingly important, with forward-thinking companies making smart energy systems a top priority. The increased investment into smart energy systems yields many benefits to consumers, the environment, and energy providers at large. The reduction of cable theft and vandalism is also a top priority, and we are implementing a number of strategies in order to ensure a reduction in theft and vandalism of the electricity infrastructure, which among others include improving the integrity of physical security measures such as fences, doors, locking mechanisms, and general rehabilitation. Investment in security technology such as CCTV, alarms, and other 4IR smart technologies. Collaboration with community policing forums and other community-based structures, and localized contracting of security service providers to improve coverage, response times, and extra eyes and ears on the ground. As we take another step towards firmly cementing ourselves as a world-class energy facility, we are hosting Joburg's first Energy Indaba, where we will discuss the rapidly changing nature of South Africa's energy supply environment with rich content and networking expertly curated over 2 days. City Power, reimagining Johannesburg's energy supply.
Apologies for the delay, delegates. Good morning to one and all, esteemed guests, Executive Mayor, Councillor Mpho Falatse, MMC of EISD, Councillor Michael Sun, and other MECs present, the City Power Board of Directors, and the Acting CEO, Ms. Chufalaro Mashava. All protocols observed. Thank you for attending Day 2 of the Energy Indaba, and thank you for your patience. We look forward to today's events and outcomes. My name is Direshni Naika, Principal Sustainability Consultant for Gaia Conscious Consulting. Our core focus areas are eco-labeling, life cycle assessments, and carbon footprints. For today, I am your program director. I would now like to call on the safety officer to do a safety brief for us, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Babalo. I'm the Venue Safety Manager. I would like to welcome you all to Day 2 of the conference. Today, I'm here to tell you briefly about the safety evacuation procedure. In case of any emergency, please remember the following. Do not use the lifts or escalators. Proceed to the foyer of the venue where you are sitting using the marked exit doors to the foyer, and you will find the fire-trained marshals and also security officers that will direct you to our assembly point. For the bathrooms, you just go out to the foyer and either side, to your right or left. Smoking terrace, you go out and one floor down. Please remember to always adhere to rules and regulations of COVID-19 because it's still alive. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will now be doing a recap of yesterday's events. Day 1 of the Energy Indaba was certainly a step in the right direction, driven by a clearly passionate and solution-driven leadership team led by the City of Joburg's Executive Mayor, Dr. Mpho Falatse, MMC of EISD, Mr. Michael Sun, and Acting CEO, Ms. Chifalaru Mashava of City Power. An open call was sent out yesterday to delegates to come on board in assisting the city in securing reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy security to the City of Joburg. The City of Joburg envisions a multifaceted effort that sees a mutually beneficial public and private sector partnership. Some of the challenges raised by the leadership team included a lack of capital or funding for this alternative energy supply to the City of Joburg, a lack of diverse infrastructure that includes gas infrastructure, issues around security such as cable thefts. Day 1 of the Energy Indaba also showcased expert speakers from academia and industry and market leaders that presented on alternative energy technology such as battery storage, natural and biogas options, and as well as solar and wind systems. Further to these opportunities, the topics of green jobs and community involvement were also presented. This next section is particularly directed to the attention of the City of Joburg and City Power leadership team. After having the time to reflect after yesterday's session, some key observations include the following. Priority areas of concern number 1 for delegates after day 1 of the Energy Indaba include how does the City of Joburg and City Power leadership team plan on addressing and facilitating the issues around just transition, social inclusivity, and social equity, coupled with skills development and the green economy. Priority area of concern number 2 included issues around the planned pipeline of projects, and this includes the preparation and management systems of the project to facilitate sector stakeholder engagement. These need to be well packaged before it is issued to the market so as to facilitate the speed in which the market can respond. Issues around PPAs were also brought up. Priority area of concern number 3 included a lack of investor confidence in the city's plan to secure a return of its investment. Perhaps later on, once this is cleared before the end of today, we can see some sort of soft pledge coming in from the private sector. Priority area number 4, thoughts around continuity of the Indaba outcomes, transparency and accountability to ensure that these ideas and thoughts expressed here yesterday and today become implemented and monitored, perhaps starting with a dedicated working group. Having highlighted the main areas of concern from day one, perhaps in the conclusion section of today's events, particularly in the way forward, these issues can be addressed. I would now like to call upon and invite Mr. Paul Vermeulen. He is City Power Chief Energy Engineer, and he will also give you a recap from the City Power perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshan. Ladies and gents, it's a pleasure to present a recap of yesterday's events for you. I'll go very briefly through the slides that I prepared last night for you. I think the first issue that we need to raise is that the city manager opened the session with observed protocols and welcomed all parties to the Indaba. City Power CEO, Chifulara Mashava, contextualized the Indaba from our perspective, focused on the energy trilemma, a realization of the need for reliable energy provision to the city for the city's prosperity, industry facing disruption, customers adopting new technologies, and the energy impact on the environment must be reduced. And also the continuous threat of vandalism and theft was an issue raised. City Power Board Chairperson, Ambassador Douglas Gibson, spoke of Indaba intent to transform City Power into a 21st century energy company. 4 imperatives given: reliable supply, profit, mayoral directives, and a forward-looking organization. Also to inboard alternative energy systems to gather relevant stakeholder input, and that City Power will prioritize the RFP documents and make City Power open for business. Apologies, I'm struggling a little bit to see the presentation here. MMC for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services, Councillor Michael Sun, added to the intent of the Indaba to engage with the best minds and end the energy losses from unreliable power business of the city, to businesses of the city. Also deal with the massive problem of vandalism and theft. We do not want a city of darkness, was his comment, and a plea for cooperation from the private sector. We are here to listen to customers. SAIPA gave an IPP's vision. In the morning session of the presentation, SAIPA gave an IPP's vision for a back-to-the-future energy vision, where phone apps were used by customers to buy electricity from a choice of providers, and the grid is used to create all kinds of new business relationships. I think that was the key message that SAIPA had given us. And it's inclusive of City Power sustainability. Tariffs are redesigned, and IPPs even supply power in peak at a lower cost. All parties within the system benefit. UNISA spoke of the energy scarcity dilemma and the need to include communities and the value of truthfulness in keeping them informed. The issue is not only generation of power, but also smart grid transmission and distribution technologies as well, and networks, and a redesign for the distribution, for distributed generation. IREP also spoke of innovative green jobs within the waste-to-energy space, biogas and biodiesel potential. Waste may be the new gold, and to treat the earth well was their motto. First National Battery gave an overview of energy storage systems, the comparison of different battery technologies and their cycle life issues, gave an idea of energy storage control systems and the measurability of these systems, and also did a bit of a cost analysis for us, showing that the arbitrage business case is at the point of being viable on a year-round basis. I would also like to try and answer some of the questions that were asked yesterday and maybe give a little bit more of information from City Power's perspective. So the new energy mix that we're envisioning, the end state here is to a realization that we will still require Eskom to supply power to us. If you look at the slide on the left, or the graph on the left, that's today's current load profile that we present to Eskom. Our ambition is to move towards the right-hand side there, where we include some photovoltaics on our network, we include some battery energy storage on our network, as well as a bit of gas power generation, and that load profile goes from the dotted line that you see, that's got these peaks in the morning and the evening, to that flat line profile, which is much, much easier for Eskom to manage. We know it was asked yesterday how we would fairly adjudicate whatever offers we are going to get into the future. And the answer to that is that we will categorize the RFPs that we're going to go out on. Self-dispatched power generation. Sure. Okay. Self-dispatched power generation in the form of renewable energy, either on a finance project basis or PPAs. Dispatched power generation will be dealt with separately because it has a different value, also on a finance project or PPA basis. And then also we would be looking for energy storage services, fixed or modular containerized systems, and RFPs on a storage services agreement basis is what we will be looking for as well. We also have the vision of a top 300 large power user and sectional title energy storage program that we would like to introduce. And we also want to open up our grids to trading and wheeling. That was also an issue that was hot on the topic of the independent power producer presentations yesterday. Pretty much whatever, in terms of the energy storage services contracts that we're looking for, what we are looking for are people to come and store energy for us from last night, cheap off-peak energy, store it for us overnight, and then sell it back to us the following day. There's some very interesting permutations of how that can happen, and we're looking for partners that can provide that to us on an energy services basis. On the top 300 key customer program, what we're looking for here is to approach our top customers and convince them all to invest in a whole site UPS system, if you like. Initially, that would protect them from load shedding in the immediate term. We would also ask them to allow us to take control of those systems in the future, and we would dispatch them instead of having to actually load shed anybody. As soon as we get a critical mass of that going, enough of them participating in that program, we believe we could solve the load shedding problem. And then also in the future, we would offer that service to the future system operator to help manage the transmission and generation networks as well. Also, we have been looking at trading and wheeling, and we do have a framework for wheeling tariffs, and what we've done there is designed it so that the wheeling tariffs are in fact time discriminated to try and promote generation on our networks at the right time of the day, again to try and relieve the pressure on Eskom. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for that. That was clear and concise on City Power's way forward on the 5 priorities of the proposed action, particularly the last top 300 customers energy storage program. Perhaps we can discuss this at an open mic session, encouraging the private sector to ask more questions on this top 300 energy storage program. My next speaker is Major General Karwa. He is from the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, DPCI. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation has been established as an independent directorate within the South African Police Services. It is now responsible for the combating, investigation, and prevention of national priority crimes such as serious organized crime, serious commercial crime, and serious corruption. His presentation is on theft and vandalism of the electricity network.
Thank you, Program Director, the Executive Mayor, Dr. Palatse, the MMC for Environment, Infrastructure and Services, Mr. Michael Sun, the City Manager, Mr. Tian Ehlers, and the CEO for City Power, Ms. Mashava. Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Gibson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I trust everybody is in good spirits and energy levels are high. So hopefully that can also ignite our city. It is a great honor and privilege to address this august gathering. I'm wishing you every success with this inaugural Energy Summit and all your endeavors to enhance energy growth solutions in building a truly world-class city of Johannesburg. The specter of the energy crisis is in the public consciousness, and I think that's why we are gathered here. Every day, somewhere, somebody, somehow is affected by our electricity outages, of which sabotage and vandalism is a major cause of this unfortunate reality that we are exposed to. The best of criminal entrepreneurship is seen in the vandalism and sabotage of essential infrastructure, the insatiable demand and good copper prices is fueling this scourge amongst other things. The presentation that I'm about to deliver to yourselves will highlight the most salient trends relating to the organized crime dynamics of essential infrastructure-related crimes, and most importantly, it will reflect on the role of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, or the Hawks as we are more commonly known by our moniker, in countering this threat. And then I also have to basically give a presentation on behalf of my good colleague, Brigadier Joseph, who will not be here, and I think that is also an important development to respond to the harsh realities that we are facing with at the moment. Okay, in terms of the presentation, as I said, first we will reflect on what are the key and emerging trends, and then most importantly, what are the countermeasures adopted by the Hawks, and then what we are expecting, because I think the first line of defense is really the energy sector, and I think the responsibility will be on the energy sector to really take the first line of target hardening measures before law enforcement will be able to deal with whatever is in terms of the criminal value chain. Now, I think over the years, we have seen an exponential growth in the vandalism and sabotage of essential infrastructure, especially the pilfering of cable theft, as well as with non-ferrous metals. And the level of the threat has resulted in this being declared an issue of national security. I think we are here because we are looking at how can we basically look at economic growth and development. The issues of public health and community safety are also basically in the spotlight because I think everyone is affected. Now, in essence, what we are dealing with is in terms of the intensity in which the vandalism and sabotage has been plaguing the energy sector and the state-owned enterprises. We are dealing with very high levels of criminality. And in terms of the resilience, firstly, in terms of the energy sector, I think the criminals are operating with impunity, and therefore law enforcement is then required to step in. Now, since the inception of the Hawks, as the program director said in 2009, I remember the issue relating to essential infrastructure. We have been occasionally visited by senior managers from the power utilities as well as the SOEs, very concerned relating to what they have been hit by. And basically their prayer was, and their plea was, could the government not look at this as economic sabotage? And I think what is a game changer is the Criminal Matters Amendment Act on Essential Infrastructure, because what it has basically done is the government has been responsive in bringing legislation that has escalated this crime to the same level of seriousness as you would deal with terrorism and organized crime. And why am I saying this? Firstly, if you look at the sentences that you can proportionately get, is up to a maximum of 30 years for these criminal networks. And if it is business, it is 100 million rands. Now, that's the first thing. It toughens bail conditions. And like the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, you do not need intention to commit this crime. So if you are a scrapyard or a recycling works, and if somebody is bringing in copper, you as a management can be held responsible by negligence, because you ought to know this is the cables of X, Y, and Z entity. So really, the promulgation of this legislation is supposed to be a game changer. Initially, I think we have been slow starters in law enforcement, but I can give you the reassurance that police are taking this seriously, and certainly most of the charges that we are bringing on those that are tampering with electricity is done under this legislation. And what is also more pleasing is that the courts are giving sentences 10 years plus quite frequently now in dealing with this. Now, South Africa as a country, I think we are not one of the major producers of copper, but what is interesting is we are one of the major exporters of copper. And I think the obvious reality is a lot of the copper that is basically, as well as from transformers and other sources, the non-ferrous, is basically being integrated, and I'm going to talk about it when we deal with the modalities of the criminal business system that is employed by these criminal enterprises. Now, what is important is the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, which is a country's apex law enforcement capacity that has to be unleashed. We are alive to the realities. So we are constantly doing global as well as local environmental scanning to understand what are the most prevalent as well as emerging crime threats that are causing the most serious harm to our communities. And in doing so, we are able to then decide which are the crimes that the national head will prioritize to ensure that we are responsive to government, we are responsive to what is happening out in the criminal landscape. And for example, just to slightly divert, until a few years ago, our pipelines, which extends for 3,500 kilometers, mainly transporting petroleum out of KZN into the inland, it has never been touched. And suddenly around 2017, Transnet pipelines were basically attacked. The Hawks immediately declared this a national priority offense, and working together with private sector, working with the Transnet, I think for now we have been really able to neutralize this threat. It's something that has been dealt with, I think, very decisively. And again, the importance of technology, the drones that have been deployed has given us basically the tactical edge in what we're dealing with. And I think the issues that we are basically trying to respond to today again confirms. I think the President in 2 consecutive sonars, I think Her Lordship, the Executive Mayor, also basically touched on the issues and concerns relating to the vandalism. And therefore, these are apex priorities, I think, both at the local level as well as a national level, and that's why you'll find the Hawks basically dealing with this. Now, in terms of the criminal value chain, this is a product of very extensive analysis and intelligence gathering so that we can be able to understand from the bottom level right to the apex exactly how this modality is dealt with. And you will basically see that the Hawks will come in at a very critical point where we're dealing with level 3. And this is where basically the illicit will converge with the licit, and that is how it is integrated and introduced into the value chain. Now, at the lowest level, you're basically dealing with the foot soldiers, and I think most of the people that gets arrested for these offenses are basically those that are the bread and butter thieves who are really out in the front line, who are employed by organized crime networks. The level 2, and this is what our provincial commissioner, I think in our engagement with the executive mayor, he spoke about, is the insider threat. And this is where the collusion and the conspiracy comes from employees. I think last Friday, Minister Gordhan spoke about, I think, in one of the power stations, employees basically intentionally damaging the infrastructure. Now, these are coming at expensive prices in trying to repair this, and I mean, we know the disruption that goes in. Now, where organized crime has basically positioned itself is from level 3 to 5, and what you're basically dealing with is at level 3 is where the scrap metal dealers come in, the bucket shops come in, and this is where all the stuff that is basically vandalized or from sabotage is then introduced into the legal system, and you cannot make one from the other. Basically, once it's melted, it's basically, integrated, and then most of this stuff is basically supplying international markets. And I think international buyers are not asking what is one from the other, because really what we have is criminal enterprises who have basically infiltrated legal business entities to operate this particular lucrative businesses. So the criminal enterprises that we're dealing with, otherwise they would have long disappeared, are highly prolific criminal groups and operating in an organized fashion. So very systematic, very well-resourced and tenacious. What is important here is to be able to have front companies. That means what we are finding not only with essential infrastructure or stolen copper cables, but in a host of criminality. For example, if we take the second-hand goods trade, we will find a lot of the people who are buying gold from the Zama-Zamas, another plague that is very prevalent in Gauteng and 6 of our provinces. You will find basically the Zama-Zama gold is integrated with trio crimes gold. That means stolen in house robberies, business robberies, it's melted, and really legitimate businesses, unscrupulous. Many of these people are basically, what they're really doing is they know they are complicit in what they are doing just to be able to make money at the misery of others. Now, as I indicated, most of the copper is basically sent into international markets. And as we know, ITEC, the International Trade and Administration Commission, I think a while back already, has basically strictly controlled the issuing of export permits, and permits are issued under specific conditions. But regarding copper cables, the current policy is still no these the permits are being issued. But what the bad guys do is they work with complicit shipping companies, and they basically are able to manipulate the customs declaration codes and would basically give it as scrap metal instead of copper or scrap copper products. ITEC does give permits for exporting ignots. So with that, once you are able to melt it, then basically the permit will be issued. Now, Gauteng is basically the hub. Doesn't matter where the vandalism will take place, the sabotage will take place. This is the marketplace, and this is basically the centralized hub where most of the copper from neighboring provinces, neighboring countries will be brought in, and then it will be melted in one of the refineries. then basically exported. And I can assure you, the Hawks is sitting with numerous cases at a very high level where we're dealing with really the top notch of the second-hand goods recycling industry. And paying these big fines, 7 million and 10 million to SARS or to the courts is basically done at the blink of an eye. It just comes as cost of doing business. So unfortunately, as I said, the profits for these criminal enterprises is so vast, paying this is of no consequence. Now, in terms of the SOEs and the energy sector, I think what we're basically finding a lot of the gaps, and that's something that we would have to tighten, is a lot of times when the Hawks is responding to information on very good intelligence, and we know these people are complicit. But basically what you are having is both in the second-hand goods, but also for the issues relating to scrap copper or the infrastructure, is you get what we're going to call is rogue invoice second-hand goods dealers or scrap metal dealers. And what they do is when the scrap copper is basically auctioned, they basically will recycle that particular invoice or documentation when the police is arriving. And sometimes the police may be working in uniform, don't really apply their minds in dealing with this. We recently hit a very big a recycling plant. And in that particular place, what we found is one of the SOEs sold this copper on an online auction during COVID. And after the police hit this place, we took tons of copper. We had to return it because they were able to produce invoices to show that they purchased this in an online auction. But in the process, I have written to the CEO of that particular SOE, and the entire process on how they are disposing of copper now is basically better controlled by that particular SOE. So these are kind of basically, you learn as you go kind of things. As I indicated, corruption and complicity, I think, is the biggest enemy. I think it's stage 4 cancer that we're dealing with in most of the SOEs. And a lot of the cases that the Hawks is dealing with, you're basically dealing with that as one of the central elements. Now, although I've been briefed to specifically talk about the vandalism, but I can also say to this energy sector, and I know yourselves are looking at diversifying to try and basically give more opportunities. What I can also say is, I think moving forward, we're going to basically see beyond just dealing with the vandalism and the sabotage. There are a whole lot of other schemes which are just as lucrative, and there are syndicates involved. For example, Eskom started the vending services of prepaid electricity maybe over 20 years ago. And what we have basically found that these credit dispensing units or these vending machines, a lot of them have been stolen, and the syndicates have people who have strong ICT capabilities and are able to still make those machines run. Now, one of the operations run by one of my units where we've arrested syndicate members, we're basically dealing with just the audit of some of the machines, showing that electricity to the tune of 600 million rand was sold basically without Eskom or any of the energy sector basically getting that revenue. That's just one syndicate. There are so many other syndicates, and I think the crime of theft of electricity basically was coming into being because of these kind of phenomena that we're dealing with. Now, in addition to the issues relating to the vandalism and the sabotage, what we're finding is overseas the electricity grid and the energy sector is also attacked by cyber attacks of critical infrastructure through malware. I know in 2019, City Power basically had malware basically also had malware. So this is basically what you're dealing with. Now, in terms of, as I said, most importantly, what is our responses and how are we dealing with it? So the first good news is, on the 1st of April, the National had declared the Hawks official mandate. And I can basically announce to yourselves that the issues of dealing with the criminal enterprises involved in the vandalism, as well as sabotage, as well as the syndicates that are involved from level 3 to 5, that is within our purview in terms of what we're dealing with. The operations that the Hawks is dealing with is not ad hoc. It is very much focused, so that means we will identify and target those that are the most prolific groups. And I can say again, we have investigations that are dealing with that level of people. We cannot deal with this. It's about public-private partnerships, collaboration. So basically, when the SOEs are raising certain concerns with ourselves, we are walking shoulder to shoulder with the SOEs. In this case, City Power, we will be dealing with yourselves in dealing with this. Now, one of the things that we have done very well, I told you about the petroleum pipelines, is the criminal groups. They have their own Avis services, their own car hire services, so they hire tankers. And what we found is there was like this informal economy of hiring tankers, and most of the syndicates involved, for example, in the issue of the petroleum pipelines, were basically hiring the tankers in this way. Now, in that way, less questions are asked. It's cash-based. Now, we have basically seized numerous of these tankers, and we've been able, through our asset forfeiture unit, to forfeit it to the state. And certainly these tankers, some of them would have cost a few million rand. So that's the important thing. The next presentation I'm going to give you, and I think this is key, because the President promised during the State of the Nation address that he is going to be arranging the establishment of an economic infrastructure task team. So in my next presentation, which I'm giving on behalf of Brigadier Joseph, I will give more depth into this economic infrastructure task team's responsibilities. Now, in terms of the Hawks, to ensure that in Gauteng, that we are more responsive, that we have ring-fence capacity, we have to support this economic infrastructure task team, but also to ensure that we can better execute our mandate. I have appointed a coordinator in the Hawks serious organized crime, and also we have members in each of our 5 units that covers the 5 police districts to ensure that 24/7, 365, they are able to respond to this. Now, the Non-Ferrous Metals Crime Combating Committee, as well as a provincial Non-Ferrous Metals Crime Combating Committee, has been in operation in excess of about 15 years. And this is where basically the law enforcement agencies, together with the SOEs, have traditionally sat and basically tabled the issues of concern, and the police basically have been able to make certain changes. Initially, prior to the Criminal Matters Amendment Act, it was the Second-Hand Goods Act, and in each police station we have a designated second-hand goods officer who is required to give the permits, undertake those visits of compliance, and ensure that there is due diligence in the way the industry is working. But unfortunately, I can tell you that the second-hand goods industry is basically, it is really fronting for organized crime. And a lot of the acquisitive crime, whether it be from essential infrastructure or what we call trio crimes, the business robberies, the house robberies, and the hijackings, that is basically the offset point. So, as I said, although we were late starters or late bloomers, but the Criminal Matters Amendment Act really, more and more people are being charged, and as I said, the sentences are very pleasing in what we're dealing with. Now, I did indicate responsibility. The first line of defense will be the power utilities. They will have to take all the preventative measures of target hardening. And the first thing that we have to look at is the human capacity. I think a lot of the breaches we are finding, a lot of the vandalism and the sabotage, you can see that employees, whether they be security guards, whether they be employees of City Power or ESCOM, there is involvement. In fact, many of the times, stuff that is pilfered, you can see that they basically utilize their authority to just, or abuse their authority. The issue, as I indicated, I cannot overemphasize the investment in technology, and I'm sure a lot of discussion has also come in that regard. In terms of revenue collection, but also to try and educate communities, and especially where I think the energy sector is suffering many of the losses, illegal connections, I'm sure a lot of outreach programs have to go out there. One has to have a better understanding of the situation in developing any policy responses as well as technology innovation. One of the perpetual challenges we have is the energy sector or the SOEs unable to positively identify the stuff. And I mean, the criminals, as I said, they go to great lengths to try and degrade the stuff, whether they're basically going to make it to shiny, bright, and that. And once it's melted, basically, yeah, you also melted your profits away there, or you melted your assets into this. So this is one of the things, and I'm sure other thoughts would have to go in terms of, again, re-looking constantly, how do we improve the product identification in terms of dealing with it. The issue, both for the Hawks, but I think also for the energy sector, is environmental scanning, is to really understand what is happening in the global landscape in terms of the breaches and what are the best practices elsewhere that you may want to incorporate to meet your domestic circumstances. Then the issue that is very critical, because most of the big cases that we're dealing with, really, I think it is really a situation where the SOEs, the energy sector is not applying their minds, and they created huge gaps in how they auction their products, how they appoint the contractors. So if that can be improved, and one of the things we said that we have to look at is that this must not be sold to a host of scrap metal dealers. This has to be sold directly to a foundry. You give them a certain amount of time, and in that way, there cannot be these kind of gaps where the criminal enterprises that have set up these legal entities to try and really facilitate their crime. Yeah, in conclusion, what I would like to really say is the Hawks is committed in terms of responding to this, and I think our track record speaks for itself. For the energy sector, I think what is important is, as I said, you will take all the target hardening capabilities or target hardening measures, because if you take that, then I think you're going to make, firstly, the job of the police easy, but more importantly, you are protecting your critical and essential infrastructure. So that's presentation one. Thank you for that one. Okay, I'm just going to get to the second. Okay, so the second presentation I'm going to give is on behalf of my esteemed colleague, Brigadier Joseph. I think Brigadier Joseph is really at the heart and the nuts and bolts of dealing with the issues relating to non-ferrous metals, because for a long time, this has all been basically packaged under the umbrella of combating non-ferrous metals. And I'm not going to get into what is non-ferrous metals. I'm sure there are people better qualified in dealing with it, but the definition will come somewhere along the line. So I'm not going to go into the problem statement. I think the most important thing is the establishment of the Economic Infrastructure Task Team at national level, the appointment of the new National Commissioner. This was one, I can say, one of the big decisions that he took very decisively, and a circular was issued for the establishment of this at a national level. So at national level, as well as every province, we are required to establish the Economic Infrastructure Task Team. Under the stewardship of the Provincial Commissioner, we, in Gauteng, on the 6th of May, we had a meeting where the SOEs, the energy sector, everybody that has a role to play with the issues relating to essential infrastructure was invited to the meeting. It was a very constructive meeting, and at the end of the meeting, we basically formally established this provincial economic infrastructure task team. And the message of the provincial commissioner was, let us embrace public-private partnerships, let us work with the SOEs, because at the end of the day, we are basically responding to the threats that our energy sector is facing, or basically the essential infrastructure. Now, these teams are basically going to be done according to the 5 police districts, and in each of those districts there are regions, and you can see in each region or sector within that particular police district, there are going to be economic infrastructure task teams. So that's basically, I think, the requirement is we have to have close to 1,000 people, not in Gauteng, but countrywide, that are full-time ring-fenced to basically eat, breathe, and live this. And naturally, you're going to get, both in the police, a lot of tactical and other capabilities dealing with this. I'm not going to spend too much of time this, but I think for the energy sector, we know we have the Provincial Joint Operational and Intelligence Center, the Prof Joints, and this is coordinated as one of the priority committees of the Prof Joint. Now, as I said, this is going to take a multidisciplinary and an integrated approach, public-private partnerships, and really at the heart of this is how do we respond to our main client, the main affected industry, which is city power. And I think in Gauteng, I think the recent crime statistics breakdown shows that they are basically the biggest victims of essential infrastructure. So naturally, we need to respond to that threat and be able to ensure that we are able to give the reassurance that this economic infrastructure task team is bringing the desired effect. Now, in terms of this thing in the police, there are going to be various capabilities that are going to be leveraged to ensure that we are, again, multifaceted in the way we're dealing with. Very important is to ensure that we can successfully prosecute. So the National Prosecuting Authority, for the Hawks, we have dedicated prosecutors when you're dealing with serious corruption or serious organized crime, where we're dealing with criminal enterprises, so ensure that we are able to throw basically the textbook of the law on them. The Financial Intelligence Center, where we can be able to follow, to take away their money in dealing with this. I spoke about the role of ITech. SARS, remember, most of it is exported. So the line function to deal with the border post, to deal with City Deep, is really SARS in dealing with it, mainly the customs and excise. Then there is going to be, I think, JMPD, EMPD, Schwane, all of these things are going to come in, and then all the SOEs, cell phone providers, everybody was there at that particular meeting. And then naturally at the heart of this is intelligence-led policing. So the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, the last bullet there, NICOC, will come into this. As I said, it was established in terms of the 5 districts, and these are some of the issues that they would have to focus on. I think the presentation has been given to you, so I'm not going to waste time. I think we can use it more for engagement, or if there's questions that you would want to throw to myself. Now, in addition to just working on essential infrastructure, there are other challenges, and I think this is also an appropriate forum in terms of this, because, for example, we know other than the issues of non-ferrous metals and essential infrastructure, we basically have to look at the issue of what I spoke about, the cyber attacks on critical infrastructure or key points. So this EITT will also have to focus on that. I spoke about the pipeline or the petroleum pipelines that have been attacked. Now, as I said, fortunately, we have been able to disrupt this significantly, and I hope we can be able to make that kind of decisive impact in terms of dealing with essential infrastructure. I can't think we can even go one day forward looking at how they are vandalizing with impunity. Then another thing that is really impeding economic growth, it's going to be a party booper to basically investment, is the issue of the mafia that is involved in the construction industry, the engineering industry, where you get very much people coming in and extorting the particular construction company that has got that contract. And I mean, I think we know the prevailing rate is 35%. Now, I don't think any company can just give 35% away, because there are a lot of costs that would have gone in to employ the kind of workforce to be able to get those contracts, to look at the sustainability and profitability. So as I said, whatever the president has raised in the SONA, this I hopefully, I don't know if it's going to be the panacea, but at least there is going to be a dedicated mechanism to deal with it. And then the issues relating to illegal mining in the 6 provinces that are affected, including Gauteng, this will also be, amongst others, a focus area. But on the issue of illegal mining, I can also say that we have a priority committee which is led by the Hawks, both at national and provincial level. I think you've seen, for example, the operation we ran in the Northwest Province, where they basically invaded a legal chrome mine, and with South Africa having over 90% of ferrochrome deposits in the world. So these are the kind of things. South Africa and Africa is more and more vulnerable and targeted by criminal enterprises, and it's important for ourselves to be able to bring those kind of capabilities to deal with it. Now, I'm not going to spend too much of time. The pillars in terms of the EITT is based on 5 pillars, but in Gauteng, the provincial commissioner took the liberty to add the 6th one. So the first one, and I said at the heart of anything we do, is intelligence gathering. Because if you don't have intelligence, you're going to be basically, you're basically going to be running here, there, you're going to be shooting from the hip. Intelligence is going to allow us to respond much more systematically. It's going to be allowing us to be targeted and directed. We are prioritizing our resources. At the heart of this is prevention and combat, so that's pillar 2. Then the hawks as well as the detectives are going to come in on pillar 3. Then we're basically dealing with, pillar 4, that was the hawks and the detectives. Pillar 5 is knowledge building and communication, is to communicate our successes, to learn the lessons that we have went through. And from there, we have to look at what is the adequacy of our legislation, our policy, both internal, but also in terms of dealing with these people, in terms of both criminal as well as civil legislation. So as I said, the provincial commissioner exceeded what were the pillars, and he created the 6th pillar, which is led by our legal services in dealing with that. Now, in terms of the governance and coordination, the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Policing, General Ntombeni, will basically be at the apex of running this. Under him will be Brigadier Joseph, the head of visible policing. And as you can see, there are going to be 3 focus areas. Firstly, you need intelligence. Then you need the prevention and proactive operations. And where that fails, comes in the detectives and forensic services. Okay, the essential infrastructure, I'm not going to spend, I think you have the presentation, but it's just telling you what is essential infrastructure, all of these things extracted. But what is important is what I spoke about, to say what was basically the game changer. And the Criminal Matters Amendment Act, if we have simplified it here, if you understand this, you really understand that the government has given us very powerful legislation to deal with these people. I told you it is really amplified at the level of terrorism and organized crime. So really, it's about us, the cops, and everybody else who's involved in the front line, is to do our nation proud in that regard. Then in terms of the Second-Hand Goods Act, this is also one of the legislation that is central, because when you get your scrap metal license, if you want to be a recycler, you have to get it under the Second-Hand Goods Act. That's where you are basically being regulated. So this is the purpose of the Act, as you're seeing it there. I'm not going to spend too much time. I told you every police station has designated second-hand goods officers. And this is another area we are going to tighten, because we are finding that some of these premises that are given permits, I think the police could have done better due diligence, can take better vetting measures to ensure that we are not giving this stuff to people who are sitting in some sort of questionable kind of relationship with organized crime, or basically are serving as unscrupulous fronts for the criminal fraternity. So this is basically I'd rather say the second game changer, and this is really bringing us into a heart of the action. It's basically putting the cat amongst the pigeons. So if we can use this economic infrastructure task team really to disrupt, dismantle, and hopefully we can get the ultimate prize of neutralizing this threat. And I think everybody sitting in this room and beyond that is involved in the energy sector is able to then become profitable, is then be able to become sustainable, and then we can be able to build the nation that we want as we envisage in the National Development Plan and all of the things. I'm sure this city and other cities are working so tirelessly to ensure that for us and for future generations, we can make South Africa hold its meaningful place in the League of Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General Kadwa, for that extensive presentations. It is clear that this criminal value chain is quite elaborate. We must also commend the government and DPCI for including theft and vandalism of the electricity network as an apex priority. Serious attention is definitely being given to this matter. I would now like to call upon on stage Sergeant Tela, General Manager of Security at City Power. He will be assisting Major Kadwa at the open mic session. Simultaneously, can we also have the roaming mics around for delegate questions? It's a bit difficult to see here because of the lights, so if you have a mic and a question, you can go ahead. Okay, I see a hand up. Can we have a mic directly across me? Roaming mics. It's coming, sir.
Thank you very much. Clyde Mallinson. First of all, I'd like to commend Major General Kadwa on an excellent presentation. My question is, have City Power and other people who have to keep replacing copper cables investigated placing trace element fingerprint signatures into the copper so that when it comes to litigation, you can actually test the copper even after it's been melted and recognize the fingerprint that's been placed into it in order to get prosecution? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, right up front.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Terrell Myers. I'm the Whip of Council, as well as a ward councillor in the south of Johannesburg. And I just wanted to ask Major General, thank you very much for your presentation. But what about looking at the future of community-based policing to assist with the theft and vandalism? I'll tell you why. And Sergeant Teller's there next to you, and I've worked very well with him. And I'm just going to share an example of how, working with the community, we actually apprehended 2 suspects, and they've got 8 years. They were sentenced to 8 years in prison in February. In last year, November, they damaged one of our chambers in Alazia Street in Glen Vista. They were then caught by members of the community and the CPF. With the help of City Power, we got the identification statement, we got the stock, etc. And as a result of that, we got a case opened. We went to prosecution, and Sergeant Teller was one of those that helped us. So, Mr. Teller, I'm saying thank you to you here, because that was a success story. So my point that I want to bring up is, what about the use of community-based policing? Just 2 weeks ago, I had a major cable theft incident in my ward where residents were out for 3 days. And we're already working with CPFs, security companies, national, ADT, the works, to try and look at how we can combat that, because we have to do it on a local level. And I think prevention is better than cure here. And what we're finding is that, you know, they've come on board free of charge, they want to patrol, and we're finding our criminal syndicates are getting a lot more sophisticated because they're very organized. They use even TLBs, they dig the concrete where some of the cables even lie. So yeah, I wanted to just bring up the issue about community-based policing and how we can utilize that and grow that, and maybe the use of other technologies like drones with thermal devices that actually detect, because you know these guys operate also in the early hours of the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other questions before we answer this? Okay, right in the back. Can we have the roaming mic?
Can you hear me? My name is Muzim Kize. I'm from the National Energy Regulator of South Africa. I'd just like to appreciate the presentation, particularly noting the scourge of product theft, stealing of copper and other criminal activities in this country. I would just like to know if there are any, in terms of the law, having gone through the law as such, the legislation, if there are any hefty sentences for rogue law enforcement officers and councillors included, because it so happens that sometimes in these activities, people who are well informed and supposed to be playing the role of prevention, they are actually playing the role of being complicit to the crime. You also mentioned collaboration. I noted you mentioning SOEs. If you may please also indicate the issue that talks to collaboration with civil society, churches, and other formations that would actually assist in this regard. You also talk of private-public partnership, but I didn't know not any public companies being mentioned except for the state-owned companies. If you may just also assist with that so that in some way those companies that are, the private companies I mean, that are collaborating and assisting can also enjoy the goodwill of law-abiding South African citizens. The last two things from my side is in terms of your turnaround times, the speed at which things are done, I think it will also be appreciated because it will assist to give us hope to see if there are improvements in this regard, as well as technological innovation from your side. I heard you mentioning drones, which is well appreciated, but other improvements in terms of technology to deal with this sketch will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Due to time constraints, we'll just keep it to these 3 questions. Can we have a mic or do you want to come on? Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you very much to the House. I think there were some very pertinent questions. I think the first question will be Sergeant Taylor, who will deal with it in terms of the issue relating to the trace element fingerprinting, so he will deal with it. I think the question asked from the first table here is extremely important because if we do not have community participation, we are going to be bankrupt. All of these things are happening in the 5 senses of the community. So engaging communities is going to be important. Now, I don't want to get into the mantra and the philosophy of policing here, but as you know, that the issue of community policing is at the heart of how the SAPS is operating, and we have the forums and whatever. But if I use the presentation I gave and indicate the issue of our pillar 5 of communication and where we are going to be engaging the communities, and I think that was one of the expectations and the outcomes the provincial commissioner is expecting in terms of this EITT that we would have to deal with. And when we are going to be dealing with our weekly Okai Malau operations, when we are going to be engaging communities, we are basically going to be looking at what information we can generate from them, what exactly is happening, who is involved, and all of that from bottoms up will have to come. And I believe that that is also going to be very important for us in the Hawks, because what the community is seeing, because many of these bucket shops are very much operating in the backyards of people. And communities, if they are vigilant, if they are made aware of what to look for. And I think, firstly, I think it will also going to be a certain amount of responsibility will be also on the energy sector to be able to go out and look at those communities that you have maybe identified where, whether you're having illegal connections, whether There is other problems. I told you, for example, other than essential infrastructure in terms of dealing with this thing, we're having in many communities, especially where there's informal sector. I told you these vendors, because at the end of the day, everybody is looking for a bargain. Even rich people are looking for a bargain. So what they are doing is, when somebody is offering to you electricity at a fraction of the price, everybody is queuing up at those houses. And fortunately, this very question you're raising, those things were brought to our attention, not through any elaborate informers or undercover work. It comes through community stuff that are reported to the various structures like Crime Line and whatever it is. So I'm fully in favor of what you're suggesting. I think we need to think about it, whether it forms a conference resolution, whether those ideas come. In this case, we can talk about Gauteng. We can look at basically trying to see how we can better infuse a lot of the community participation. Firstly, to educate them, but also to get a reaction where they alert us of things. I think our colleague from NERSA, I think, is really complexly wired. He had asked a lot of questions. But what I can basically put out there in terms of the questions you firstly put out, in terms of hefty sentences, if I got it correctly, other than what the Criminal Matters Amendment Act is talking about, those that are involved in the vandalism or the sabotage getting up to 30 years, you spoke about the officials that are involved. Now, we know we have the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. And if you start understanding, I don't want to give you the whole lecture on the PRECA, as we call it, there is, again, very hefty sentences there that we can deal with. So where police officers, where law enforcement officers are involved in basically forming part of these syndicates, certainly if they are arrested, we are going to deal with them. From the Hawk side, we are responding to a lot of situations where city power officials or officials from city of Joburg who are supposed to be disconnecting meters that are not paying will normally go and take further bribes. And that stuff is reported to ourselves, and we've been very good in setting up these operations with your group forensics. I think we have quite a few operations that in my 2 years that we've been dealing with it. Then the issue relating to this, today I tailor-made my presentation for time constraints and to talk to the team. We specifically looked at the issue relating to the energy sector. But the public-private partnerships, if we stretch it under the umbrella of non-ferrous metals, then we're dealing with a diverse group of people. And as we know, as people are looking into becoming independent of the grid, more and more people are looking, for example, at solar batteries. And if we go on the Facebook and internet, you'll see a whole host of people trying to sell all of this and whatever it is. Now, for example, our telecommunications providers, Cell C, Vodacom, they are being targeted at a huge scale. And again, the Hawks is working with those companies. And if we don't work collaboratively with them, firstly, we're not going to understand the nature and scale of the problem. They have done a lot of in-house work, understanding exactly who are the key actors in basically targeting them. And our job is just to basically work with them, use our powers, and arrest these people. So that's basically what we're dealing with. In terms of the issue of drones, I said not to give too many tradecraft, but the petroleum pipeline theft, Transnet utilized a private security company who had huge drone networks, and really that gives you the technological edge, because most of the time they come under cover of darkness. And I mean, with the drone technology, with everything else that it has, with the thermal imaging, you basically, even with the illegal mining operations, once you have the technology, I can say we can talk from now till the conference ends, it's really the way to go. And with that best practice fresh, I think we can be able to look at how does one expand those concepts. But again, that is going to require the energy sector. The law enforcement has finite resources. Yes, we will be able to use some of our covert technology, but I'm not going to get into those things. So technology is key. Investment by both the law enforcement, by the Hawks, as well as the energy sector is going to be the way to go. And as I said, Even when I was in my preparation for this, I realized when you look at global environmental scanning, whether you look at the States or Canada, there is so much done in terms of how they are protecting their vital, critical, essential infrastructure assets. So if we can replicate that with the resources we have, I mean, the mantra is going to be, we have to think big, you have to start small, but you have to start right now, you know, something like that.
Okay, Major Tela will address question 1. Sergeant.
Executive Mayor and MMC is present and senior management, City Power. Just for me, it's few questions. The first one, I think, Clive, the consideration of technology on our side in terms of fingerprint tracing and the detection part of it. I have to make mention that that's part of our technology suite in terms of consideration. We are also looking at the micro-dotting in terms of spraying that onto our network, as well as the RFID, which will be able to track our devices once maybe they've been uprooted and they've been taken somewhere. But obviously, that will form part of our research and development agenda, obviously emanating from this particular conference to say what is it which we are taking, which we could then be able to implement. I think quite quickly, Councillor, in terms of the partnership with the communities, that actually talked to the core of our security strategy at City Power, and MMC's son is in the forefront in terms of that particular engagement, and we already have a couple of businesses and communities who voluntarily have actually taken up our network. They've installed alarms and the likes, and which we really appreciate. So that is actually at the core of our strategy, and we'll be rolling that going forward. I think on the last part, I would also like to touch on the partnership with private companies. That may include businesses and including security companies. That still form part of that particular partnership, which will also go as far as also including what we'll call a localized security contracting, where certain network that is located in communities is actually given to those specific communities, but obviously observing all the legal prescripts that include the MFMA and the likes. So the drone capacity, I had an engagement at City Power last week. Our team that is responsible for the overhead transmission lines in terms of inspections and the likes, they are also procuring such a service, obviously on a contracting basis, but we had the engagement that security will also tap into that so that then we can assist the essential infrastructure task teams that have been established by the Provincial Commissioner of the Police. And that's thanks. Thanks.
Thank you for answering that question. If the delegates do have any other burning questions, we can address it in the next open mic session. We're now moving on to part 2 of the presentations, Smart Grid Technologies. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Rose Moyo, the CTO of Huawei Government Sector. Huawei was founded in 1987. Huawei is a leading global provider of information and communications technology, infrastructure, and smart devices, has approximately 195,000 employees, and operates in over 170 countries and regions, serving more than 3 billion people around the world. Huawei's mission is to bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. To this end, we'll drive ubiquitous connectivity and promote equal access to networks to lay the foundation for the intelligent world. Thank you. Is Ms. Rose present?
Executive Mayor, MMC, city managers, ambassadors, distinguished delegates, it is my greatest honor and privilege to be actually engaging with you on the issue of smart cities and where it aligns with energy when it comes to smart cities. Having said that, I think the initiative of building smart cities, one thing that I would say is smart cities is definitely not about technology, but smart cities is actually looking at the improvement of the quality of life to individuals and citizens within the cities. This, as we look at it, the measuring points would be maybe looking at encompassing something like cost of living, safety, time, health, and connectedness in the environment. And as I said, those key points, you can see the connectedness between technology and energy. Having said that, the growth in terms of what has been done, the trend, because definitely we focus on what is happening globally as well. There's been a trend that has been set in terms of actually the development of smart cities. And with the sustainable goals being actually ICT and smart cities being an initiative being included in the sustainable goals. And within the smart cities in South Africa, I think the competition has started when it comes to actually establishment of these smart cities. Joburg being the central hub, not only of South Africa, but of the Southern Africa region, sub-Saharan region. Where are we in terms of actually building the smart city? ICT, as I said, is at the core of the smart city development. As I share with you, the concept as it started with basically application-driven, as you can see in terms of what we can looking at when it comes to what is it that we are looking at. Digitizing certain aspects of certain aspects of the city. We moved on to the aspect of basically looking at the smart city, which was definitely technology-driven. But as we looked at, as we actually evolving, we are not actually looking at technology-driven, but the new smart city and intelligent city being defined by the services and the governance that we offer within the city, which is transformation-driven. The thing that ties us together is the energy. The energy, as we're talking at the energy Indaba, what are the major changes in the landscape of the energy? We're looking at the major changes as we're coming from the traditional, which is, if you look at basically where we are today and where we are going to be when we look at electricity, but whether in 3 dimensions, when it comes to the consumption of electricity, is continuously increasing. When it comes to electrification, when it comes to actually going green and maybe looking at green hydrogen, a lot is actually happening. And this just gives you an extent of the changes in terms of the consumption of electricity and the changes in terms of moving to new renewable energy from what are the focus as we're going into new renewable energy. And why I say this is basically to say, where do we come in? My next slide would tell everything. And from our perspective as Huawei, as a technology company, what is our perception when it comes to smart cities? The first thing is intelligence. This is a pregnant, statement when I say intelligence, because it encompasses a lot of things. Then the second part looks at security. I think one of the things that has been highlighted by previous speakers when we're talking about it is the security, basically safety and security when it comes to this national asset, which is basically energy. And how we look at it in terms from whether it's generation all the way to the distribution, substations, to the consumption within the household, where there are people who are illegally actually consuming this, and that actually focuses on that as well. Then we also look at the green part. So we have got 3 pillars that we look at when we look at the smart cities. It underpins with intelligence. Intelligence looks at basically your connectedness. Basically, your connectedness, how relevant is it when it comes to your connectedness, when it comes to making sense out of it. Then security, how are we leveraging in terms of technology when it comes to making sure that we enable secure and safe environment to operate. Then the green technologies, actually applying in terms of the 2 dimensions of where we are having the traditional technologies of energy and bringing in the new energies together and marrying together the 2 to make sure that they are comprehensively supplying us with energy. What I'm saying in this other part is basically when you look at that, we're saying, I would say they are the Siamese twins of the smart cities when it comes to ICT and power. Because when I looked at the parameters that we are looking at, your quality of life can never be improved when you don't have energy. Your quality of life can never be improved. Today, I think if we talk about a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I think we need to edit it and include ICT. Because everywhere you go, everybody will be asking for a Wi-Fi connectivity. Then basically, when you look at those two, those forms the pillars that we are looking at when we're looking at that. And having said that, we look at what are our challenges from the generation. We have got the pressure when it comes to the environment. When we said the measure of safe city measures also our environment. And when we look at the grid, we look at the safety of the grid. We look at the social pressure when it comes to the number of connectedness that we still need within the grid. Then we also look at the transformation pressure that we have. And we also look at the business, the market, the dimensions when it comes to the market and the environment where we are operating. So basically we have, on the other side, we've got the traditional system, where they are we have high inertia and relatively they are certain. But when we look at on the other side, we've got the new power systems, which have got smaller inertia, but at the same time, very high uncertainties. So we're looking at marrying those two in terms of the using technology, in terms of security, in terms of ensuring that basically those two can be talking to each other, and also the green part that we are talking about. In our looking at the fundamentals, I think one thing when we are looking at this and we are looking at energy and when we are looking at building smart cities, we don't want to be creating new silos. Fortunately, technology that bridges those silos. I think the silos is one of the pandemics that we have not realized is a huge pandemic in the organizations that we work with. And fortunately today with technology, we can actually now go around that and make sure that we create a system. So basically, as we are building a system that will help us manage our energy, we also look at the system that will be a system within a system that will be operating within the smart city system. And within our smart city, we, as Huawei, what we looked at is in terms of our ICT reference architecture, so that this actually we don't be creating other issues when it comes to actually creating further silos. Then we're looking at the reference. This actually talks about the first starting point is, if you look at the challenges that we have within the grid, is basically to say, how do we measure the power that goes, the bidirectional intelligence that you need to actually looking at establishing the smart meters. I think the mayor talked about going into the smart meters. Then eventually we're looking at that particular aspect when we're saying, how do we now safeguard the end devices? How do we use technology to safeguard? The previous speakers looked at the drones. We cannot talk about security today without surveillance. And we are not talking about CCTV. We are talking about application of intelligence video surveillance. So we are looking at integrating different aspects. We cannot talk about this because this is a dispersed information system. We cannot talk about it if we want to manage our assets without geographic information system. So at the end devices, we've got a periphery of the devices that we need to interact with, which is our intelligent interaction. And the community also needs to be reporting when it comes to interaction using our smart application and smartphones. That's where we have our intelligent. Anything that talks to the devices that you are connecting with looks at the intelligent interaction. Having said that, we move to a stage further, where we are saying when we now build that city, a smart city, we're looking at intelligent connectivity. Intelligent connectivity, the reason why we are saying intelligent connectivity is basically that at every aspect of today when we are talking about information communication technology, AI is already embedded in all these aspects. Then we're looking at that intelligent connectivity. Looking at the different aspects of intelligent connectivity, whether you want to measure your cicada data, your PLCs, we're looking at your Wi-Fi, we're looking at your connectivity when it comes to your different kind of connectivities, the microwave connectivities that enable the connectivities to say whatever you need, because when we're looking at this body, we are looking at developing a body, an organism that is going to sense and maybe also transmit and also maybe in the future be able to actually think on its own as we go further. Then once we do that, we've got a hub where we are saying this is an intelligent hub where we have all our IT infrastructure. This is where our I think where we're going to actually looking at how do we now collaborate, the issue of collaboration, especially when it comes to safety and security, especially in terms of sharing information that is relevant using technology. We have got the cloud technology that is actually now sitting within that IT hub that we'll be looking at. That is actually the intelligent hub that we'll be talking about. Once we do that, when we connect that information, and everything is now being sensed, everything is now being connected, and we have to store it somewhere. Now we can develop customized applications that work for us within the Joburg City and within the Joburg City Power, whether to actually improve the power quality or improve the sharing of the power or even also secure our infrastructure. So we're saying once we do that, we also have what we call as a brain, the intelligent operations center at the top, where we are going to be monitoring whatever is happening. And this actually is very good in terms of whether you are monitoring your power from the time when you receive it from ESCOM to your substation to the distribution, and make sure that the consumption is actually up to scratch. And as we introduce new renewable energy, how we are going to manage that and maybe effectively manage that. So that's basically your city brain that we'll be looking at. So we're looking at that in terms of the reference architecture. So in that reference architecture, we're saying we want to actually be looking at the new experience to the end user. We're looking at the new brain, we're looking at the new hub and the new foundation, as well as the new operations using technology. Fundamentally, as I said, what is more important is the communication network. The communication network will be actually end-to-end, because this is basically your power that is actually that connected everything. In most cases, what we are saying when we are talking about a smart city, as I said, let's look at we are creating and where the actually technology comes in. I said smart city is not about technology, but technology plays an integral role in ensuring that we deliver smart city. I would say in most cases, if we have got doctors here, it's more like a thyroid gland. While there is a bigger scope of the smart city, but technology is like a thyroid gland. Once it's not firing, nothing is actually happening within that body when it comes to the city body. So as a result, we're looking at the pillar, the first pillar, which is our nervous system, which is basically connectedness, which is our power communication, which is basically where we are saying, as we are establishing it, we are not establishing it a communication pipeline that will be actually having a silo powers. Because as we are looking at the power communication, we are looking at managing our power, but at the same time, we need to secure our power. At the same time, we need business operations within the power. So we need to look at an infrastructure that will be actually looking at connectedness when it actually look at the holistic connectedness when it comes to the business power, so that we also leverage on that when it comes to maybe connectedness. And in terms of safety and security, I think once we have the digital foundation, and AI, when it comes to video surveillance, has become, really enables the intelligence in monitoring whether the transmission lines, whether it's basically in terms of vandalism, in terms of actually, this is why I said we are not talking about CCTV, because we are looking at intelligent surveillance and also integrated with the response to the relevant stakeholders. We can take, for example, a substation. We need that surveillance. We need to make sure that it's secured physically. While it is secured physically, we need to also have secured electronically. When we get that alarm, what is going to be our reaction to that? To mitigate is the all-round effect of basically to say inspection, whether it's inspection of the grid is in intrusion, we're looking at maybe fire, integrating with the fire, access control, and all the other things that you're looking at in terms of securing that infrastructure. So that's basically when we're looking at safety and security and leveraging on technology when we look at that. The other part where we're saying, what are the pain points that have been raised today when it comes to safety and security? Basically, the first part is basically the low security. I think there's been a challenge, and it's a continuous challenge. We are not saying it's a panacea of everything when it comes to technology, but it will go a long way in actually making sure that we actually leverage on it to make sure that we look at that. We're also looking at the operation risks that will be there and as we go throughout. So at the end of the day, when we look at, in most cases, when we look at the solutions that can be actually applied, that will be maybe integrated to say, we can use ICT to make sure that we can have the different solutions that have the super processing power and end-to-end intelligence, and also make sure that we have the benefits that we can have, that is mainly that we are focusing is efficiency improvement, whether also fault prevention and also basically safety and security in a nutshell. Whilst we are looking at that, I think in most cases, as we look at this digital era, everything is basically focused on connection and pivoting on the chain of intelligence that facilitates basically rollout of new services and new application. That's basically what we talk about when we look at the smart cities. In most cases, I think when we talk about digital transformation, most people will be saying it's about technology, but I would beg to differ to say digital transformation is all about data. So in most cases, the data we are going to be gathering and the data that we are going to be securing, how do we leverage on that to be more innovative and leverage to actually develop new services that will improve the livelihood of our users, whether in terms of payments, whether in terms of engaging with you, in terms of the different stakeholders. That's what we're looking at when we're looking at technology and smart cities. Having said that, who is Huawei in this perspective? Huawei, as we were introduced, we are an ICT provider, end-to-end ICT provider. But what we have done is we have integrated that with the green energy, also that looks at the PV, the DC facility when it comes to data center facility energy, and site power in terms of the different sites, because most of your sites needs to be actually powered, especially when you have your video surveillance and everything. Then basically we are also having a preparedness of the future when we're going to the green with the electric vehicles. Basically that's what we do, integrating that. So the key technologies that we're looking at when we're looking at the smart city, in actually endeavoring to partner with City of Joburg in terms of establishing a smart city, is looking at these green energies plus the technologies that we have, which is coming from the sensor, as we looked at the reference architecture, the connection, we're looking at the cloud, and we look at the AI. That's basically what we're looking at for the better and greener future. And in terms of that, Huawei believes that we don't do this alone, because I think the reason why we are here to engage is basically to say, I do my part and you do your part, and how do we go together and make sure that we have a successful body and build our city together. So in terms of us, we're looking at us and the ecosystem, and most of the things that we're looking at in terms of that is basically building digital platforms that enables the build of the smart city, the intelligent smart cities. As you can see, that digital platform entails connectivity, entails the cloud or the IT infrastructure. Then it also entails basically some of the digital platforms that we're looking at is basically new IoTs, which is IoT, new ICT, big data, video surveillance, integrated communication, because in most cases what we need is, they were talking about safety and security and the challenge of safety and security. What we need to do is, in most cases, as you react, you have to know where exactly the incident is, who exactly is maybe the perpetuator. That actually takes about integrating of different data streams, which is video, voice and data, which is also geographic information system. So basically we're looking at building those platforms so that we actually open it up to everybody else to say, how do we now customize the holistic view in terms of building a smart city solution leveraging on technology. Not forgetting the end-to-end security that we'll be having at the end. So at this juncture, we'll say, in terms of the development within the COJ, in Huawei, we're saying we are here to say, with our ecosystem of partners, we are here to be actually engaging with more and more ecosystem of partners. We are not looking at COG as a partner. We are not looking at maybe City of Power as our partner, as our client, but as our strategic partner to say this journey entails co-creation. Nobody knows what is coming into the future. So co-creation is the best way to go forward when it comes to creating our smart city. We have your map in terms of what we want, and we come in with how we can play around in terms of actually building this when it comes to technology. That's what we're looking at. That's in a nutshell what I would say in terms of smart cities, in a glimpse to say how do we look at smart cities and these co-joint twins in terms of energy, because energy, for ICT to be able to operate, we need energy. For energy to efficiently operate, we need ICT. This is why I say the co-joint twins, and let's look at that to say we create as a fundamental building block to building smart cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose, for that all-encompassing, informative proposal in assisting societies to transition to smart cities. A key takeaway from this presentation is the transformation-driven approach to smart cities, the principles of interconnectivity, and as well as employing AI technologies. Our next speaker, speaking on the topic of smart city solution, is Mr. Cameron Tandy, Managing Director of Accenture. Accenture is a global professional services company with leading capabilities in digital, cloud, and security, combining unmatched experience and specialized skills across more than 40 industries. Offers strategy and consulting, technology and operations services, all powered by the world's largest network of advanced technology and intelligent operations centers. Accentures deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity every day, serving clients in more than 120 countries. Accenture embraces the power of change to create value and shared success for its clients, people, shareholders, partners, and communities. Apologies, delegates. Mr. Cameron is unavailable, so his colleague Tandagile will be presenting on his behalf.
Okay, good morning. And just a reintroduction. Obviously, I'm not Mr. Cameron Tandy. I'm Tandegile Ngumalo Matenga, and I am the Sustainability Lead for Africa for Accenture in Africa. So today I've been asked to talk to you about smart cities and how we see their application in the African context. Okay, and I'm just briefly to talk about Accenture, and I know we've already been introduced, and it's just to give you a brief overview in how we look at smart cities. So we apply our public sector expertise, sustainability, so that would be my practice, and also we leverage on, as a consulting that's tech-enabled, we're able to leverage on that when we apply ourselves in terms of smart cities around the world. As Accenture, we have worked across at least 100 cities around the world and applying those expertise. So we see ourselves as being at the forefront in terms of this agenda, in terms of, you know, as far as consulting firms are concerned. Okay, and for my agenda today, I don't want to go into too much detail. I think, you know, as the previous speaker already outlined, I think all of us pretty much understand what a smart city is. But I would like to still just highlight, how we actually see this and how we see ourselves working with the different stakeholders. So why, first and foremost, why is the topic suddenly so hot? I think, it's no secret that when you look at a city like Joburg, it's still, and historically, it's been somewhere where people come for better opportunities, and hence, even just recently, we still, we're not seeing a reduction in rural to urban migration. It's still a big challenge for us, meaning that we are then faced with challenges where our opportunities are actually not meeting the growth of the population. I mean, personally, I remember, I'm not from Joburg, I'm from a small town in Mpumalanga, and I remember when I first moved here, and this was back in 2005, the M1 alone was only 3 lanes, and now we're up to 5 lanes, but we can see that it's still not enough. So where do we get to a point where we say, okay, this is not working, we need better solutions? So that urban mobility, we need to find solutions for that. Our environment is actually suffering. I mean, it's known that at least 70% of greenhouse gas emissions come from cities, and yet we actually only occupy 2% of the total land. So that's not sustainable. We are seeing it now in KZN with the floods. It's a sad situation, but this is all result of overpopulation especially in big cities. So question is, what do we do? How do we resolve this issue? And we see smart cities as one of the ways to take this forward for us. So what are the actual drivers? How do we actually achieve this? Well, there are different initiatives that are being taken around the world. There's the Net Zero Cities, there's the Apex app platform. But one I would like to actually zoom in on is the Net Zero Carbon Cities, which is a project I'm actually personally currently involved in, where we've started studies in South Africa around a couple of cities to see how we can actually help enable them become smart cities. So this is with collaboration with the World Economic Forum. And all we do is we look at the infrastructure, the energy, and look at other tech enablers around that specific city. Why I actually bring this forward is that for me, given that so many countries around the world are already embracing this, because normally when we speak about this topic, all I hear is South Africa ready though? We have so many things that are still outstanding. Well, I'm here to actually say that studies have proven that this actually does work, even in the most advanced cities where they've had more advanced technologies. They still believe that there's so much to be done, and they are actually seeing improvements, as I will demonstrate later in my presentation. So if us as South Africa started engaging with those organizations like your World Economic Forum, we will be able to unlock better opportunities, not only for ourselves, but for the future of our generations. And for me, the fact that the likes of WEF are actually involved, it means that we don't only have to look internally for funding. It means that they're actually, if they're embracing this, we're able to look at green funding, we're able to bring in other investors from outside South Africa. So there are solutions that are out there. We just need to actually embrace it as a country. And of course, the key defining characteristics around smart cities, I won't dwell too much on this, as the previous speaker, I think she actually beautifully outlined it, but we all understand it's around technology, it's about integration of different infrastructure projects. It's about a city that focuses on its own citizens, So it's about, and I'm not sure if the executive mayor is here, but you cannot achieve this if you don't have your citizens at heart. And I strongly believe that we are all gathered here because, or the city actually called this Indaba because they're saying, hey, we need to put you first. And as stakeholders, we need to all come together and resolve this issue together. And which brings to the fourth point, which is around private and public sector involvement. Once again, what are the technology enablers? I think every person here has a smartphone. I know I do. I know many people do have smartphones. So what are we actually doing to, apart from consuming online content, why aren't we taking advantage of that? Does the city know what our habits are? I know for me, one of my biggest pain points every morning when I wake up is, okay, if I need to get to Pretoria, which route do I use? How do I get there? How do I make sure that I get to my meeting on time? So we need to start embracing that technology through data collection, understand what your citizens actually are looking for. Around your water usage. I think every single time when I speak to a friend, a colleague, or what have you, and I say, oh, I need to go to City Power, I need to go to City of Joburg, you'll find that 2 or 3 people will say, I've had that same issue. Why are we still experiencing those problems? Why is my water bill a surprise at the end of each month? So we need to start embracing that, collect the data, understand what your citizens are actually doing and what they're actually looking for. And, once we put all those things together, we can actually aggregate all our information and provide for smarter solutions. We started with smart metering, but how are they actually benefiting us? What's the way forward? What does tomorrow look like? So I think, with the likes of Huawei here being in the room, this is an opportunity for us to actually come together and say, hey, let's actually embrace this. We have very big telco companies, and I hope they're actually in the room. MTN, Vodacom, what are you doing? How are you coming together with the city to actually do data sharing and use this for the benefit of the citizens of the city? So just a bit more, zooming in a bit more, who are the players? I already touched on that. You have our suppliers. I hope we have planners in here. If you're a property developer, what are you doing? What does your tomorrow look like? Is it necessary for us to actually still have buildings that don't have, don't have solar panels? Are we still going that route? Is it every individual's responsibility to actually say, hey, I need a solar panel on my roof? So I do believe that, suppliers are actually looking for this as well. Our private investors are ready to come in, but is our city providing that environment for investors to actually come in? So once again, this is a collaborative effort. We need all the stakeholders. And as I was coming in here, I was very happy to see that there are all so many technology providers as well in the exhibition center, which tells me that we are all ready to actually resolve this together. And just briefly to touch on, I did mention that I wanted to use, a very popular city, Amsterdam. And this, we were fortunate enough as Accenture to actually work on one of the projects with the city of Amsterdam. And as I highlighted, they looked at the same thing. It was around energy, the mobility, circular economy, and the data sharing, and what it actually means for their citizens. The approach that they actually used was, first, it was around the research. What do our citizens actually need? It brought everyone together, similar to this, and understood where they were lacking, went into implementation phase, and like I said, this won't always work the first time around. We might have to implement, we try again, implement, try again. But we won't know unless we actually start implementing. Once you implement, then you are able to strengthen wherever there's a weak point. And just to go a bit further, one of the things that they actually used was around their mobility. So Amsterdam is already known for cycling. You know, it's actually more expensive to own a car in Amsterdam than anything else. So they've made sure that like the tax disc is very expensive, and so they would rather their citizens actually use bikes. But on top of that, because of course there are people who would need vehicles, they installed electric charge points around the city. And in fact, by this year, they're looking at having over 2,000 charge points in the city alone. And by providing those type of infrastructures, it means that, you know, the citizens themselves are able to actually embrace electric vehicles more. Once again, is the city showing, giving that platform and allowing its citizens to move along on this journey with them. Another initiative from Amsterdam, Onze Energy, so it's our energy. And for me, this one is much more fascinating because it was essentially a few residents coming together and saying, hey, why don't we invest together in renewable energy? And for me, what comes to mind in a city like Joburg is we have so many residential complexes, we have estates and what have you. Can you imagine if an estate decided to club together and invest in a wind farm or solar panels? So now you're also partly, you know, not only are you part of the solution, but you also become an investor in green energy. So for me, it's one, you know, as citizens, instead of always calling out our local governments, etc., is what are we doing? You know, why am I going to go look for funds by myself? Why can't we club together and find better solutions for our residential complex or for our small neighborhood? So this is one of the examples of how us as citizens can actually get involved. And if right now you're sitting here as a renewable energy provider, are you looking, what other solutions are you looking at apart from going to sell on solar panels, inverters, etc.? Are we collaborating with banks to say that, hey, when you issue a mortgage, perhaps add on an extra X amount to allow the buyer of that new home to be able to actually install this? So those are some of the few initiatives that we can actually bring to the table to help us become a smart city. And finally, just a few of the infrastructure examples. So my favorite one here is with the local data centers. And you know, my friend from Huawei, you know, I think she also touched briefly on it. It's about recycling, you know, all that, the energy that comes from data centers. Once again, private sector and the public sector collaboration. Why aren't we doing things like that? Why is everything being done in isolation? So for me, this says we are leaving opportunities on the table. And then just finally, just an illustrative plan on how we would actually do this. So like I explained before, and we are already here. For me, this is part of the plan. How are we engaging together? How are we planning on working together? So we need to plan together. We need to do our research together. Let's find out what's out there. You know, do a bit of research, leverage on companies like ourselves, Accenture, who have worked outside, leverage on the likes of Huawei, and let's all come together to the table to say, how do we actually do this? We decide what issues we are going to implement first, and then we go for it. We need to co-create. You know, there's no tomorrow. We need to do this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tandagile, for your presentation. Some clear potential solutions to technology and funding challenges the city is currently facing has been highlighted in this presentation. Let's hope some collaborative efforts emerge between industry leaders after this event. We now open up to the open mic session. Can we have some questions from delegates for our speakers? Okay, I see a hand right in the back. Can we have the roaming mics there, please?
Thanks very much. My name is Dumisa. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Dumisani. My input will be that believing that this is an open energy Indaba discussion. My first input will be that checking on the presentation as was done by Major General. I have a serious problem in trusting what the police are saying. In fact, if I was to trust in terms of the presentation, I rather, knowing that I'm technologically challenged, I rather trust Huawei than police. But what is more important, I wanted to check, because I saw there on the registers that we also have MMC Tembe amongst us here. I just wanted to check with regards to safeguarding the infrastructure, whether it was possible, or why are we not also including the JMPD? In fact, I want to know what is their role in the city if they cannot assist with regards to these issues. Is their issue only relates to traffic and others, but not criminality in the city? If one maybe can be able to give clarity on that, as we are having a frank discussion around the matter. I don't want to repeat what has been said already by one of us here. The issue of having community patrollers, I think that one is very important. I'm saying deliberately community patrollers opposed to CP. Because in most of the cases where I'm coming from, by the way, where I'm coming from, those CPF of police, as the CPF of police, is in the location, they will be more interested in safeguarding the malls and all those things. And we are left to safeguard ourselves or to look after the infrastructure ourselves. So I to repeat that, to say maybe we should, or the city should do this thing in partnership with the community patrollers. Community patrollers, not those things of CPF. And maybe going forward, I was not supposed to come here today, but unfortunately, I came because the community members who are here, I came with, they are here. They forced me, they coerced, they said, we must go there because we were watching the screen yesterday, watching TV yesterday. When the mayor was speaking, they didn't talk about us. We are taking you now. Can we go there so that you tell the mayor or you ask the mayor, why are they not talking about us? Now, let me give you the perspective. Here, people are in this power. Not. Oh.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. We acknowledge it.
They are saying I must come forward. Oh, maybe I'm fine now. What I wanted to say, I was just giving you a perspective. Where I'm coming from, we've got 6 wards. That from Ward 1 to Ward 6. All of us, we are citizens of the city of Johannesburg. But here, when we are discussing the issues of the city in regards to electricity, we are not included. We've got questions here, no one can answer them. The mayor could answer, the speaker, anyone, no one can answer because ESCOM is not invited here. But now, I'm asking now the question as to where do we lodge our complaints? Because we've sent letters to the MMC, Michael San. We went to the Speaker's office. We went to the office of the mayor. But unfortunately, all of them, they're not interested. I'm saying, when the mayor was giving an address, soccer address, she did not speak about Orange Farm. When the mayor was speaking yesterday, she decided not to speak about Orange Farm. Here in this platform, the organizers saw it fit not to invite ESCOM and not to talk about Orange Farm. Now I'm asking ourselves, are we stepkids of Johannesburg? Who is going to talk about us and for us? We've got questions. We've been without electricity for the past 4 years. But it seems no one cares. I can tell you for free that those who are paying, they are paying better than the residents of Sentier. And you'll be told, yeah, these ones are not paying. To my transformer and audit each and every one of us, you would notice that are better paid citizens of Johannesburg. And yet, we are not invited here. In fact, we are not invited here. Because we can come, it's a waste of time. No one is here to answer us. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. I think your comments needs urgent attention. We will address it with the leadership team so that you are given a proper response. Currently, those members are not at their tables, so we will check at the break, during the break, and then have your comments addressed. Are there any other questions for the speakers on stage? Okay, I see a hand up in the back. Can we have the roaming mic there?
Right. Sorry, good morning. My name is Zamaguhle Tlangoti. I'm a matric learner representing Glen Vista High School. I'd like to know more for clarity than for discussion. Is there an email address or contact details where we can submit solutions or our grievances to the management or whoever it may concern? Thank you.
Okay, for the delegate that spoke earlier on his comments, we actually do have a response for him. The Speaker of Council and the MMC of Public Safety will address his comments now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got the mic here. My name is Christo. I just want to pose questions to the two ladies who spoke. I think some of the things, the fundamental issues there that you spoke about is the critical and scarce skills, you know, and I think which probably we don't have in this country, based on skills audit that the country has taken. I mean, coding engineers, all those ICT skills. What's the plan to maybe train young people or train South Africans or for that matter, or any other transfer of skills, and more particular to Huawei. I know Huawei has been in the news now with the Competition Commission for having employed 60% of their workforce from China. And I think the Competition Commission has found them guilty of that. So I'm not sure what are they doing in terms of addressing those issues, because that's a very critical issue. And I think the gentleman from Orange Farm, and this is the frustration that they are facing. You know, young people are frustrated because they're not employed. And those are big companies that are coming outside. They are not transferring and training these kids. You know, they've got huge talent in this country. If we can harness that skills that are coming, I think we can. We have not even pushed. I mean, South Africa, we're not even pushing ourselves. If we were to definitely push ourselves at 60%, some of these problems that we're having will definitely solve them in a short period of time. My second question is to the city. I know one of the ladies spoke about the the WF solutions. And I know currently WF it's running, and I know there's a delegation from national government. I think it's led by Minister Kubai. Is the city coming? Will they be able, the city, to engage her when she come back and to share notes and say, look, you've been to the WFF. What has been the discussion there? We had the discussion here at the Energy Indaba. Let's share notes. Let's see what you can do. Is the city going to engage her when she comes back on those issues? Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? I see a hand up here. Please, can we bring the mic? I acknowledge you, sir, as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Chris Simpson, and I'm in the tech of fashion. The first question I have is, it's beautiful for us to have these relationships with Huawei and appreciate the relationship we have with China. But what is the plan for us to have our own Huawei? If COVID hits tomorrow, or China decides, no, we don't, we're switching you up, what is the plan? That's the ownership. We are tired of being Chinaed. Second question. Thank you. The second question, speaking about skills, transferal of skills. What is the timeline? When are you going home? Let's ask that question. It's a 5-year contract. How many of our people have you upskilled into senior management, directorship, board, sitting on the board? And you know what? When they leave, we have to be better. What's happening is our students and our young people is not being upskilled to be directorship. We're always management. We deserve more. We are more. What is the plan and how can we work together? Tap into us. Like we said, we are skilled, we are willing, we just need the opportunity. Add us to the plan. What is the plan? Let's get the kids. Their thinking is beyond where we could even fathom. They are gold, they are platinum, they are rhodium. Let's tap into them, make a plan, make the line, and get to the point.
Thank you for your question. I see a hand up. This is the last question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jeff Ganda from Muruo Farmers Association. I'd like to know, my question is directed to Highway. What kind of assistance can you provide to us people in the rural areas? Because we normally volunteer our resources to assist and safeguard the infrastructure, but our resources are limited. Can you come to our assistance and help us and give us more resources to safeguard our infrastructure? Second question, before Highway leaves, can you give us what programs have you delivered to our communities so far? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call upon Ms. Rose now to address the questions that were directed at Huawei.
I think one of the things that I omitted to say is how we work when we come to actually giving solutions and our products in the community we serve. Mostly we are looking at being integrated. And being integrated, we have stakeholders that I said, especially in one of my slides, that we are saying, we and part of our ecosystem, we are not going to give the entire solution. We give part of the solution and we integrate that solution to give a solution that is going to be addressing a particular requirement when it comes to resolving solutions. Having said that, I think there was a question of skills transfer. Much as maybe on the ground that we have covered might not have been enough to date, there has been a lot of initiatives that we have started, especially in partnering, if there is anybody else from institutions of higher education, trying to engage in terms of looking at the skill set and making sure that we have got the preparedness of the skill set, not for the people who are going to be employed by Huawei, but for the people that who are going to work within the country. And in most of our projects, much as we are here as a company, in most of the projects that we actually partner, we have the service delivery route is basically through both global, local, and regional partners. And usually we look basically to say how we have actually empowered in terms of looking at the local stakeholders, because with most of the technologies, when you look at it, we don't want to be creating white elephant. They need to be actually be going to exist in the next generation and maybe be improved. This is why I said our focus in Huawei, in most cases, when you're looking at establishing smart cities, is not to establish the entire smart city, but to create a digital platform which other players can come in as becoming innovative to come up with customized solution that can work for us. There is never a one-size-fits-all. In terms of improving the issue that was raised in terms of the engagement, what has been in the media in terms of the timelines. We have been given timelines in terms of compliance, and we are actually working towards really hard. The management of Huawei is working towards really hard in terms of that compliance, and there has been an agreement with the government in terms of what exactly has to be established within the next few years. I think the results will show for itself. We are not an organization that will actually come and brag about what we achieved, but our results in most cases, we are result-oriented, and we are here to create new value. And as I said, what I said is, what we are looking at when we are looking at building digital smart cities is basically co-creation. Everybody comes in within their plays their stakeholder. It's not a matter of us actually coming to implement something. In terms of the rural solutions, I think most of the solutions that we are looking at, we do partner, fortunately, with also the likes of Vodacom, the telco operators, and every other stakeholders. So it's actually looking at what the exact scenario, and why we are on the ground is basically to look at what are the scenarios and maybe work together when it comes to actually establishing that. And I'll also be happy to say to you that when you have also your solutions that you need to integrate, we have our integration lab here in Johannesburg that we have established for the sub-Saharan region that is actually looking at customize the solution and creating solutions that will work together with us, with the citizens within the countries that we operate. So with the kind of the solutions that we might have for security and securing the infrastructure within the rural solutions, it is actually through our partnership with telco operators, through our partnership with some of the small to medium enterprises that are within the communities that are actively working within the ICT industry, that we can come up with those solutions to actually establish that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. I will now call upon Speaker of Council Vasco da Gama to address the issue from question 1.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the question raised from Orange Farm. You would realize that we've gone through an IDP process throughout the city of Johannesburg. In other words, throughout the 135 wards, first with CBPs, community-based planning, and after that, the mayor presented to the communities the integrated development plan, and obviously leading to the approval of the budget coming tomorrow. In other words, the 25th, the MMC for Finance will then introduce and obviously present the budget to the city, which basically also means to the citizens out there. We had interaction with communities in Orange Farm and throughout the city. And they have raised issues surrounding Eskom and the problems with Eskom. But those are going to be sent by the Speaker's office to Eskom to highlight the number of issues that residents have raised, both in Orange Farm, some of the Sandton areas, and obviously also in Soweto, so that we can once and for all deal with the problems experienced by communities. I think MMC Ntembe, you will respond to the question raised around JMPD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The role of Johannesburg Metro Police, it's bylaw enforcement, traffic management, and of course, crime prevention. Based on your question is, what are we doing as Johannesburg Metro Police? Ourselves and SAPS, we work very closely together. We have established an infrastructure unit that will deal with vandalism. From Johannesburg Metro Police, we have given SAPS 200 officers that will report specifically under Brigadier Joseph to deal with these issues. I can't go into details, but you'll see when the unit is being launched to deal with this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the responses. That was quite an informative session. We will now take a break and come back at 15 minutes past 12. Delegates, can we please be seated for the next session? We'll start in approximately 30 seconds. Okay, delegates, I hope you are refreshed and ready for our part 3. Part 3 is accessing funding in the alternative energy business. Our next speaker to present is Ms. Jo Dean. She is Vice Chair of the South African Energy Storage Association. The South African Energy Storage Association is set up to guide policy, allow for accessibility of the energy storage, and to advocate for the advancement of the energy storage industry in South Africa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to City of Joburg for the honor and the privilege to be here, and all protocols observed. I am going to try and address you, just trying to get my bearings on the screen and the knobs, so you can just bear with me for a few moments. Right, so City of Joburg has got the Energy Indaba 2020. The theme of this Indaba is reimagining energy. If we had to look at reimagining, how would we define it? If we go to Webster's, imagine again or renew. And I think that's where we're at now, is that we need this renew. We need to reimagine. So I want to give credit to City of Joburg for today and for yesterday and for the vision that they're showing of an innovative approach to seek out-of-box solutions, because we need to renew. We need to make the change. From my lens, I've put it there very boldly, is that I think that we've come to a crossroads where we have to say we have to stop seeking problems to solutions. So to give you some understanding of my background, my professional career has been as a process and a project engineer, trying to find ways to green our planet, and forever a student in decarbonization measures of our planet and affiliated to most of the energy associations. So it is here that I realized that we are in the mode of seeking problems for solutions. I've been a green convert for many years, so you would say that my blood is green, and I need to declare that to you. But I also need you to understand that I'm a pragmatist. So I'm against maybe new coal and carbon-intensive projects, but purely because I believe there's a pragmatic solution. I'm looking at the triple bottom line returns, because we can solve these problems with renewables. So therefore, I'm in favor of the just transition, but from a renewables perspective. I'm also a pragmatist. I have no quarrel with other paths, but I believe that we need to emphasize different priorities, and hopefully we can convince you too. Everything in South Africa has changed and is changing in what we call Energy SA. The last 5 years have had tremendous exponential change in the energy landscape, and these changes all have a bearing on the momentum towards unlocking energy projects, which I want to share with you. You must admit, nothing has been the same from yesterday to today in the energy space. But I approach this vast field with a radical mindset, because we are never going to make a difference if we simply follow the pack. And my challenge to you all is to take what you have learned from this conference, internalize it, and never accept it cannot be done. There is always a way. In an Indaba, we don't want to be swept away by tomorrow and we are back to zero. We go to very many conferences and very many Indabas, and there's such good intention, and there's such volumes of intellectual capacity shared. And we're all determined we're going to do this, and we leave and we don't go back. And this is what we need to change. Today is the day where City of Joburg has declared they're making decisions post this energy Indaba. Let's help City of Joburg make these decisions. There are 6 easy key steps, points to enabling, right? First, we are doing this. If we need conviction that we are doing the right thing, the motivation for unlocking energy projects is that the right and urgent thing to do, not all of the narratives in the press. The need is born of the current energy shortfall in South Africa, but the populist media game of blaming Eskom serves no purpose and is not a motivation. We need to stop making excuses to why we need to motivate this. We are doing clean energy because we have to get to net zero for our planet to survive. And we need to do clean energy so that there can be free energy for all. First is here. So my first point, I spent so many years as an apologist for my belief in green, but no more. The biggest change in the energy project landscape is the boardroom mindset and the banking mindset. This is suddenly a very important issue, and we have got the attention of all the energy consumers. Every citizen of Joburg is an energy consumer, and they are all waiting these solutions. And suddenly, we do not need to apologize. The way we provision the world energy need has to change fundamentally, and this is finally accepted and endorsed by governments and businesses and consumers alike. Second, Eskom is a symptom. We need to recognize and accept that Eskom is not the root cause of the energy crisis. It is a symptom. It's so unhelpful to play the blame game, especially when the solution is in our hands. Sure, Eskom has problems, but they need our help, and we must not throw the good away with the bad. Eskom has got amazing people and amazing assets. It's the transmission assets on the backbone of South Africa. Its generation fleet is aging, and it needs to be maintained until we can transition. And its debt is a problem, but then so is poverty in this country, and the fact that most people are too poor to pay the price for energy. And Eskom's debt is due to the fact that the population do not pay enough for energy, not because they don't want to, but because they can't afford to. And Eskom faces the classic utility debt spiral conundrum, which we all need to contribute to solving. Sorry, I'm very short. I apologize. Okay, the third key point, COJ is a resource heaven. Have you thought about it? We talk about unpacking the resources of South Africa. Here in the city of Joburg, there's resources. The sun is here, it's in Cape Town, it's in KwaZulu-Natal, the sun is everywhere. The wind is here if we had to untap it. And noting all the presentations from yesterday, we have waste. We have infinite, abundant accesses to waste, which means we can harness these free natural resources for our energy needs. But most important, think about it, these resources are produced right here in the city of Joburg. Energy markets, with distributed energy resources playing an increasingly important and value-creating role at the distribution level. These little slides that just show you, if you could think of how we need to change the mindset. Diagram number 1 shows you where we're at now. If you could see the nucleus or the center is Eskom with all its little slaves and attached to it. Cut that and you cut off all the little slaves. We could go to decentralized. Topics of decentralization come up. But the decentralized is still one little family member or nucleus is dependent on the next. So somewhere someone will be islanded. But if you go to distributed creates that web. It creates that network and connects us, which links into the industrialized part that we spoke about this morning. Fourth, the elephant in the room. So now we come to the famous topic. I'm not too sure whether I may verbalize it. Baseloadism, without being shot by anyone in the audience here. But this is the heavy lifting bit. We cannot leave it up to Eskom to keep the lights on from 6 to 8 in the morning before the sun comes up, and from 5 to 9 at night. We know, everybody, bless our hearts, we have load shedding every night regularly at that time when the sun goes down, and yet expect Eskom to ignore their stranded generation assets at midday. And mid-meriting capacity plants are very, very expensive, requiring an investment in standby capacity as opposed to energy production. We need a simplistic solution that can transition us to the next level. We need storage. And this is where technology makes all the difference. Now, I'm not talking about pumped hydro storage and complex hydrogen and natural gas projects. They're going to come, but it's going to take a while for them to come. I'm talking about the simple, humble lithium-ion battery or storage to enable the transition now. We don't have 6 years to do this transition. We have to take the steps to the transition now. Why storage? Because it's here now. What do electricity consumers in the city of Joburg want? They want uninterrupted, continuous and reliable supply, always on. They want lowest cost electricity supply, energy options and the freedom to exercise their options, cleaner energy supply with the least impact on climate change. Therefore, energy storage is a key enabler for both the customer and the city's objectives. And there is clearly a mutual need for energy storage, so let's find the opportunities together. Storage benefits to the electricity supply system. Energy storage can be applied reducing costs, protecting the economy from load shedding, act as a UPS, preserve overloaded distribution infrastructure, unlocking constrained property development, peak demand management, optimizing renewable energy utilizations. The added value all depends on where it's placed on the distribution network and how it's operated. I don't want to go into a deep dive technical discussion. I think we have enough of those papers. We could say QBQ, qualified by Google. We can find these papers and we can read about it. We know that it exists, but we're not applying to our minds and saying, where are we going to have the brevity to take? We're doing this step now. So energy storage is not a primary energy resource, but a blended energy storage is key to enable the smooth energy transition. It will help us to get to those bigger projects that everyone's aiming to get to. Fifth, the easy one. Cost of technology is dropping. We've seen it in solar, we've seen it in wind, where the LCO is below grid parity. We see it now in batteries. So many times I get calls, but batteries are still expensive. They're not. Believe it or not, at the price of energy now, batteries are now well below grid parity. There's no excuse why every single CI project should not have a storage element in the city of Joburg. No project without storage should actually be contemplated or allowed, because it makes that change from the variable energy to the baseloadism. Sixth, the speed bump. So six, regulation and hard bit about regulation is not noise. Government and our president have cleared the decks for licensing and registration of projects below 100 megawatts. But everybody will look for the problems to the solution, why it can't work. The regulation is there. We need to figure out how to make it work, how to apply it, and how to make it beneficial for all. No one's saying we can't do it anymore. We are the ones saying we can't. The big challenge in additional regulatory burdens of environmental and ancillary approvals, I can wax on lyrical in the development of a project. We've got numerous permits, licenses, and various documents and pieces of paper one requires which are not aligned. But we do need expedited timeframes and a more responsive civil service. But it's not going to happen unless we show them how we need to do it. This can be solved by utilizing oversight function. For example, the presidency is currently running and focusing on this. I'm sure you've all read about this in the press. So we need to be able to table these issues and make it known and get it to the right desks. We can't just sit back and say, I can't. Required for alignment with the PFMA regulatory environment and processes. Sorry, I had to write that down because it's one of those tongue twisters. But remember we said innovative thinking. This is not something that cannot be surmounted. We have to figure out how are we going to surmount it. And that is the main speed bump to unlocking IPP projects within a metro environment or municipal environment. It can be done. And I'm not going to flag them here, but there are municipalities that are going before. So therefore I encourage COJ to be bold. Can it? Can it be financed? Yes, it can. Is it economically viable? Yes, it is. Will it contribute to the just energy transition? Most definitely. And just energy transition is key to all of our hearts. And it's something that we want to see for South Africa, from whichever school of thought we're coming from. Everybody does support it in one way or another. Everybody wants to see alleviation of poverty and equality for all. But we can't get there, and we can't get to that just energy transition until we can prove the first two sections are quantified. Can it be financed? Is it economically viable? And that's why we have these esteemed speakers just now from the banking institutions that are hopefully going to say, can it? And hopefully, by the end of this session, we'll get an answer, yes, it can. Let's imagine we have RE plants and storage all over Joburg. Everybody can be an IPP, a home, commercial and industrial, heavy industry, and then COJ itself, all owning RE storage projects, all IPPs. What would City of Joburg look like? Think of the savings. It goes back to money. It goes back to where can we save. It goes back to where can we stabilize. If you look at the tariff arbitrage principle of renewables coupled with storage, the savings are tremendous. I'm not going to go detail in this. This is a Joburg slide and can be shared afterwards. But we can make it work. The savings are there. Energy arbitrage, the mutual benefit to the city, R1.99 per kilowatt hour of storage installed with PV. Residential time of use tariff, R1.16 saving to the homeowner. These are massive. City Power realizes a greater energy savings than the residential and commercial time of use customers, and that's how it should be. They need to maintain the grid. The LPU customer realizes a greater demand saving. However, this depends on their peak demand and confidence factors, but it's workable, it's doable, it's bankable. Distribution infrastructure expansion, the plus to City of Joburg. 70 billion rand backlog on distribution infrastructure. Well-placed energy storage and IPPs can permanently delete or avoid or solve a share of these problems because it pays for itself. It pays for its way daily. How do we bank all of this? So if I can prove that we've got savings, if I can make the technology work with you, if I could go into a massive technology paper study and actually show you that I can make a PV, a battery, a wind, a waste-to-energy project work, how can I bank it? The nub and the rub is the enabler, financing. This is the challenge. And our metros make a huge difference by supporting private enterprise to do self-builds on site with hybrids, with battery storage. But the key is wheeling. If the Munichs agree to become off-takers or the backstop with, say, a 10% subsidized electricity component and a fair charge for distribution, wheeling projects of 10 to 20 megawatts will flourish. In this, I'm proposing a power pool concept of pooling generators and buyers with the Munichs, playing a critical strategic role in satisfying some of the requirements for supply of over-subsidized energy to the poor. Those are the important parts. That was a mouthful, and I will try and explain it to you post the next slide. I don't think I'm going to be very well loved in this audience by saying the 20-year PPA is dead, but it is. In other words, the concept of a 20-year bilateral PPA is over. We need to finance projects with short-term PPAs, with multiple offtake, where the risk is spread amongst users and backed by Munichs as off-takers of last resort for unserved energy, where storage of at least 20% of the daily output of project is stored for peak consumption, bringing grid stability from the aggregation of multiple small renewable projects with embedded storage. And soon we will have a network effect with microgrids springing all over. COJ flourishes, and then can take the step to transition to a smart city. The ambition and the end goal is to be a smart city. But how do we get there? We're not going to get there unless we start stabilizing the energy space. Wheeling and power pooling are the enablers. And this is the thought that I want to leave you on. I thought of expanding more on this point here, but I thought I would leave it to the Q&A because there's a definite merit in it, but I don't want to deflect from where our esteemed speakers on the financing are going to speak. I had an approach from a member of our association, Mr. Mallison. He wanted to share with you for 4 minutes a concept, because we've talked about how do I enable for a customer to procure, right? So we need to be able to enable the financing. Is he available? Is he here? I don't need the clicker. 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Joe actually approached me. Anyone who was here yesterday may recall that I answered a question at the end of the final session. And today I want to personalize this answer to the citizens of Orange Farm in particular, and we can then extrapolate it to the whole of Johannesburg. So Orange Farm is currently served by Eskom, although it forms part of the city of Johannesburg. Orange Farm are part of the city, but they happen to be an area that are provided electricity by Eskom. Something many people won't know, but I know because I love Google Maps, that Orange Farms, the substations there are all named after Volkswagens. And I don't come from Volkswagen, but there's a Jetta, there's a Golf, there's a Polo, are the substations that service Orange Farm. So I want to just quickly paint the picture that I painted yesterday of the vision that I had. The citizens of Orange Farm can each get a loan from commercial banks to invest in a green bond to build a large-scale solar and wind plants outside the precincts of the city of Johannesburg, because there's no wind in Joburg, as we know, and there isn't space for the size of solar that I envisage. They then would actually fund the building of that solar farm, and the job of City Power would be to make sure that that electricity gets wheeled via the Eskom grid into Orange Farm to supply those citizens with electricity. The citizens would actually own that plant, and they would get a dividend that would be sufficient to the citizens of Orange Farm, at the same time as vesting ownership of that plant. And of course, that plant wouldn't only help them, it would help the country in terms of removing load shedding. It would help the whole of Johannesburg. And in fact, I've personalized it to Orange Farm, but it's applicable to all the residents of Johannesburg. We need 1 million people in Joburg, and we have about 1 million households. To each, we can save City Power between 3 and 4 billion rand a year on wholesale purchases. And the only question then is, how does City Power fairly distribute those 4 billion rands worth of saving? 1 billion to pay back the overdraft that they've run up over the last 5 years, 1 billion to subsidize electricity to the indigent households who can't afford electricity. Maybe they can throw 1 billion at fixing up the network so that we don't have network overload problems at peak times by installing battery energy storage at strategic points. And then they've still got 1 billion that they'll have to wonder what they would like to do with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clyde. So I really wanted you to hear what he had to say, because there are solutions, whichever way we unpack them and way that we look at them. And then remember that I didn't unpack for you the actual phenomenon of wheeling, and happy to do that in a Q&A session afterwards, because I don't want to belabor the point or put you all to sleep. I see it's lunchtime. And with that, I say thank you to everybody, and thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Joe, for that presentation. City of Joburg, Saisa has given you your homework. A strong case proposal for stabilizing the energy supply has been presented. Our next speaker, I would like to invite our next speaker on stage, Mr. Klatsi Nkune, the Senior Associate from Energy Finance of Nedbank. Nedbank is a commercial banking institution based in Sandton, South Africa. Established in 1831, the bank offers a wide range of wholesale and retail banking services through its main business clusters, namely Nedbank Corporate and Investment Banking, Nedbank Retail and Business Banking, as well as Nedbank Wealth.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much, I think, for giving me this opportunity also to share with you some of the, the funding initiatives that I think the city can adopt in trying to realize their energy project. So my presentation is going to be more on the access to funding from the financial institution, and some of the, the bankability consideration that you have to consider when you are undertaking this project, so that when the city is now ready to move with these projects, then they can know what the funders will be looking for and some of the things that obviously overlap to what their sponsors are looking for as they also intend to realize their investments. So what I'm going to cover, obviously, as I indicated, is the general overview of access to funding, the bankability consideration on those arrangements, as I indicated, and some of the options that one has to take, because the municipality, they may have options that they may want to look at, and I want to share some of those options. So in relation to appetite or funding in general, if I may go to the next year. So we may ask ourselves to say, is there any appetite from financiers to undertake these projects? And I think, as the previous speaker has indicated, yes, there is a lot of appetite. There is sufficient liquidity from the bank, and that I can confirm that there is sufficient funds that can be deployed to these projects. And that we've also seen that the renewable energy projects, I think in particular, they are always oversubscribed. We saw the reprogram, we see the CNI space, which just is now booming. We see how participants are actually encouraged to really participate in this. Even the funders, we were told that that is actually 5 to 7 times oversubscribed in any rebrown and as well as the CNI space. So it shows that the banks and other financial institutions are interested to really fund these projects. And we've seen even recently with the policies that some of the financial institutions, they adopted, us in particular also as Nedbank, because we are a dedicated energy finance team. We also issued our own, where we're trying to move away from the dirty energy, as it used to be called, and into cleaner energy. So if the municipality is intending to really realize this energy, especially green energy, there will always be enough fund to deploy in this project. And one may ask himself to say, I mean, if there is funding and other developers are keen to undertake these projects, then what's delaying us? Why can't we realize this project at the speed that we can? The issue is that even though there's appetite, we must be able to bring projects that are bankable. Yes, as a funder may say like that there is sufficient fund, but at the end of the day, you need to realize your investment in it. So obviously, I'll need my capital back together with interest, and that can only happen if there is a bankable project. And when you're looking at the municipality, this is a different creature, so you need to really know when you are participating in it, and some they view it as a risky space, but actually it's not. I think the only thing that needed is actually to come up with a well-organized, bankable projects, and that we should take forward. So the project, at least it should be the risk. Proper feasibility study must be undertaken into the project. And also make sure that, from political, we know that the municipality is a political space, but if we try to say, if we are realizing these projects, to say there is politically is a secure project that today we don't agree on something, and at the later stage, then there is a fluence that it has to take another direction. So let's try to be concise and be consistent when we are undertaking these projects of this nature. As I indicated, that one of the options that I'm going to cover is obviously the overall bankability and some of the options that the municipality may have. So in this project, so the municipality, I think it has two broader options that they may adopt. It's either they do these projects on a balance sheet option or model, or maybe off balance sheet. So on balance sheet, obviously, it will be where they will have to realize these projects themselves, undertake them, assume the construction risk and everything related to the project. So in that case, they will be building their own generation capacity. But that may be burdensome on the municipality, because if you are to take a large-scale project and you finance it yourself, yes, the regulatory side, it may be allowed. I think Section 46 allowed them to borrow for their CapEx projects on a long-term funding basis. But the issue is that, so for that duration, if you are to deploy a large sum of money on single projects, you know that what we want from the municipality is service. So, and it's not either or. So today I can't say I have electricity, in exchange that I won't have water for the coming 2 years. So that will be an issue. So you have to make sure that even though you're undertaking this project, but you're cautious of your financial status. So which brings me to the next one, which is off-balance sheet. So off-balance sheet is where you will engage maybe an IPP to really undertake the project. They will assume the risk. In terms of financing risk, they assume the financial risk, but they normally pass it to us, as the financiers. So we'll fund them in the background, but they will also assume the design risk, the maintenance. So you don't have to worry about the maintenance, because these projects can be built today, but the following day, after a couple of months, you find that there's a maintenance required, and if you don't maintain to the required standard, then you are back to square one at the later stage. So that will help. I think the IPP model, it may be one of the options that the municipality must look at it closely to see, because it also helps them, as I indicated, in terms of the balance sheet, so that they don't burden the balance sheet with these projects. At least you know that you will have to pay for energy that you realize at the later stage. But I will cover this in particular in how this can be done. So some of the issues that occasionally we look at it from a bankability side is the issue of the creditworthiness of the municipalities. So we need to, so some of the larger municipalities like COJ, maybe eThekwini, City of Cape Town, I think maybe they may worry less about those because they can generate additional revenue. But for small municipalities, it's always becoming an issue, even if they want to undertake projects of this nature or come with initiatives of this nature, because they don't have, the required balance sheet to take them. And you find that they're only relying on the revenues that they are receiving from the national treasury. So I think for the city, for them, they are in a good space to really undertake, because they do have I think, financial strength to take this. So also as a bank, when we are considering this project, that is really one of the important things that we look at it. We consider the balance sheet of the municipality. How are they generating their revenue? One of it obviously is from the National Treasury as one of their equitable shares. And then we'll also look at things that other revenues that they are doing, that raising taxes, and how are they collecting those kind of revenue in making sure that we know. Because I think those concepts, why we are considering them is that even if we do these projects, but at the end of the day, you need to be sure that the person you are contracting with, indeed, they have the financial capacity to come and pay or honor their payment obligations in the necessary contractual arrangements you may have. So for some municipalities, which I don't think at this case, maybe the city of Johannesburg, it affects them. It's like if obviously you don't have the necessary or the financial strength to undertake this project, maybe explore a way in which maybe you can get credit support. I'm not sure if the National Treasury has indicated previously that it's not something that they may want to, issue guarantees going forward. But I mean, if there is an option for that, maybe they get like a credit support from the National Treasury, or even if the DFIs, I think it might be, I know that the next speaker, I think, is from a DFI, maybe something they can explore to say, is it a way that maybe there may be a letter of credits that they can offer to some of the municipality in try to support them in a situation where their balance sheet are not great from a credit perspective, and maybe they are able to realize some of the projects. From a regulatory perspective, obviously, the municipality is regulated by main legislation, and if I just to cite the two, like the Municipal System Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act. So those are the critical legislation that some of the provisions will have to be considered before undertaking. So if they were to undertake into some of the longer contracts, there are provisions like Section 33 where if you are contracting beyond a contract which is a financial burden or implications beyond the period of 3 years, so there are processes that will have to follow. I mean, engaging public, notifying the National Treasury or getting their comments and the council approvals, and also engaging with the department that are responsible for the service that you will undertake. So if it's an energy project, definitely you will have to also engage with the Department of Energy. And from a credit perspective, obviously, as I highlighted under some of the credit consideration that we consider is the issue that we have to see if, in terms of collection, if we are relying on the revenue that is generated from the municipality to say, how are they collecting the revenues? And I think one of option, I mean, if you had to look at project finance as a model, if you had to finance it, I think if the collection is great, I think we may in future look at a situation where even when we are looking for a project, if it's an energy project, then at least we can look at the revenue from the collection of the electricity only and not look at other revenues that you collect as a municipality. But the issue that we always have is the ability to collect those revenues. Because you may find that, yes, indeed, you deploy amount of electricity per month, but when we're looking at the collection rate, it's not the same. And from a financial perspective, that makes it a challenge to only rely on specific earmarked revenue. Hence, we end defaulting into a perception of looking at the entire revenue as your ability to pay. But I think if we can improve maybe on the collection also on that side, that may also help from a credit perspective. Procurement is one of the issues. The municipality, as I indicated, is regulated, over-regulated. So there are supply chain regulations that they have to be followed. So, but when we're doing, because some of these larger projects, they are a bit technically complex. So if you need companies that are able to undertake these projects in a sustainable way and that you can really trust, sometimes you may have issues in complying with those regulations, especially on the issue of price, because if you are to rely on price only, you may find that from a competency perspective, maybe you are running shortfall. So I think even when you are preparing those procurement documents, make it specific to say, even for compliance, you have to actually be, from a competency perspective, that you are capable to take this project before we consider price. So let's not let price be the only determining factor, because we've seen in other projects, road projects per se, where you find that the road has been constructed, but after a couple of months, it's not look like a new road. So we don't want a situation like that. So let's make sure that even the people that undertake this project, they have the required skills to do it. And I think one of the point that even though we're doing that, but I think it must, even from the procurement perspective, that the locals also get to participate. I think we saw in the broader energy projects where BE is one of the requirement, but I think maybe for the city, they may also include the local participation as one of the requirements. Maybe that will help in getting a local only participate also in this project. So as I indicated, that one of the options that I think is more viable is the IPP model. There are various other options, and I think the previous speaker touched on them to say which municipality they can do. But my focus will only be on the IPP model. So this one, as I indicated, it helps in situation that all the risk is assumed by the IPP. They take the technical risk, the design risk, they'll take the financing risk, and even the maintenance and operation of it. So what the municipality then will just benefit from that is the tariffs, which I believe that they will be less than what the municipality is currently paying with ESCO. So this arrangement, it goes together with the contractual arrangements, which we call them the power purchase agreement, if I were to put it that way. So the contract that is normally entered into for this kind of model is the power purchase agreement, where the seller and the buyer, they will enter into an agreement. The seller will agree to deliver and sell the energy to the buyer, and the buyer will agree to pay for that energy. I know Johan has mentioned earlier that the 20-year tenor is, we are doing away with it. I think it is something that we have to really look at it, about it. But sometimes because of the large scale of these projects and from the affordability perspective, you may want to add the tenor to be a little bit longer. But yes, I think even shorter tenors, they may be helpful for the municipality if they want to undertake some of their smaller projects. The issue of the tariff, how these transactions are normally structured is that is on an issue of capacity and availability. So you're building this project specifically for the municipality. So once they are available, I think what the municipality must also bear in mind is that there must be a charge for that. So it's not the issue that you will decide to say, today I want energy, or tomorrow I don't want it. So that may pose an issue of a bankability issue. So we prefer them to be on a take or pay basis that you take. So I know that they always say, oh, a wise man always changes his mind, but I think in this arrangement, let's try to stick to it. To say it's either you pay or you take, and if you aren't able to take, then you'll have to pay. Because that's the concept that makes these projects to be more bankable. Default payment is also one of the issues. You really want to see that whatever has been agreed there, the payment obligations, indeed the municipality will comply with them in this situation. And the termination. So remember, as I indicated, these projects, we are building them specifically for the municipalities. So you don't want a situation where the municipality, the following day, they are saying that they are no longer interested with your project. So there we have to be married for a little bit longer. But if you are to be terminated, then at least there be a compensation for that. I think it works the similar way with marriage. When you are getting out, you have to compensate your spouse because they've been with you and they've done a lot to you. So this is the similar arrangement. You have to pay if you decide to terminate during the agreed tenor of the agreement. And obviously, you also want to see if the municipality will be able to undertake the whatever payment obligation that they said they will pay. If there's a termination payment of a specific amount, you want to be sure that indeed they have the required balance sheet to really pay you for those amounts. So some of, I think, the points that we may have to look at it is the way, like going forward, what can we do from here and what the lenders can. So I indicate that the lenders, they do have sufficient capital that they can deploy in these projects. But I think from the municipality, their responsibility to have to also allow or make an enabling environment that these projects can be realized. do a proper feasibility study, and I think this Indaba is one of the a good initiative that you get to get a perspective from everyone on what really needs to be done. So if there's a proper feasibility studies, I think we can go somewhere and take the lead in these projects. So every participant can be interested and say we can do it, but actually they are not going to provide a bankable project. So the ball will always be in the municipality's court to say they take the lead and there will be sufficient support from everyone. And we will encourage, obviously, participation from other stakeholders to say, as you've realized that from a regulatory perspective, there are other departments, NERSA somewhere has to be involved where they have to issue the licenses, that even if they are getting the approvals, that they endeavor to speed up the process and see that these projects, they also realized within a reasonable time. And also, I think one of the things that what we have to get from this is the municipality, even in the process, they try to equip themselves and make themselves competent to undertake these projects when going forward. So now they may rely on private sector to undertake these projects, but after a duration of time, we need to be in a situation where the municipality can now then go and undertake these projects themselves, and they have the required, and no one will doubt their capacity, because during the process, if they are able to really go and equip themselves in the process. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Nedbank. So in a nutshell, Nedbank has confirmed sufficient appetite from investors as well as sufficient funding options. To the public and private sector in the city of Joburg, Nedbank has come to the party and advised that they are willing to finance bankable energy projects. Additionally, they want a return on its investment plus interest. Our next speaker, speaking on the topic of financing the just energy transition, is Ms. Mojabin Mantata. She's acting head of Energy and Environment and the ICT at the Development Bank of South Africa. DBSA is a government-owned development finance institution established in 1983 with the mandate to promote economic growth as well as regional integration for sustainable development projects and programs in South Africa, SADC, and wider sub-Saharan Africa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With all protocols observed, the DBSA would like to thank the city for the invite as well as the opportunity to use this platform to showcase its financing strategy as well as activities towards a just energy transition. So as the program director has already shared, the DBSA is a state-owned development bank which was established in the early 1980s with a healthy balance sheet as well as funding capacity. So energy and environment funding falls within the DBSA's mandated sectors. And as part of its funding initiatives and its mandate to prepare, finance, and implement projects on the African continent, the DBSA has an integrated approach to this infrastructure development through its targeted sectors, its geographic focus, as well as its organizational setup. And I think what is noteworthy to focus on is the activities under transacting, which include municipal finance, corporate finance, as well as project finance. So one of the DBSA's strategic initiatives is the promotion of the just transition towards a sustainable energy landscape. So during the earlier part of this month, together with the CEOs of 2 other DFIs, the DBSA CEO committed and supported the just transition approach of the organization that looks to decarbonize and move towards a low carbon economy, as well as supporting societal initiatives around climate resilient behavior as well as activities. So what is the DBSA's just energy transition? So it is underpinned by 3 principles. The first being prioritization of least cost, operationally efficient as well as cost-effective solutions for the transition, where the institution supports the energy plans on a global, regional, as well as local level, supporting disruptive technologies, energy solutions that are dispatchable and flexible. So in essence, those that allow and support, a demand-based generation capacity, where the system operator is able, to flexibly and within, agreed upon timeframes, discharge energy as required. The DBSA also looks forward to Eskom's unbundling of its transmission business and is looking actively to support activities in that space. An important part is to also emphasize the just in the energy transition. So in essence, where there is a support and an acknowledgement that no one should get left behind, the globe as well as the country, is at the brink of an economic revolution. The just transition certainly, as we transition as a country, as well as part of the DBSA strategy, we would like to ensure that not just the country and our city, but also the wider African continent has a seat on the table and benefits from this revolution. How are we going to do that? There was an earlier comment around, localization, participation of, South African persons within the just transition. So the DBSA unapologetically focusing and supporting driving localization and industrialization, supporting, new economies, whether that is biodiversity or green activities, and similarly ensuring that there's an inclusion from a demographic perspective, which covers Black economic empowerment that is broad-based, as well as gender mainstreaming and inclusion. And then the third pillar is the support for the low-carbon transition. And a focus here largely also is, as we transition, we should ensure that there's a recognition and acknowledgement that we are working towards a net zero position in 2050. Emphasis on the net, the fact that transition is a glide path, it is a journey, it is not going to be a hard stop, and nor does the DBSA believe that it should be a flight out of, the existing generation capacity and assets, even though the DBSA has made a commitment, as I mentioned, to just transition, and obviously an acknowledgement that there has to be some repurposing, retirement, of the coal-fired fleet, also an acceleration or intended acceleration of renewable activities, as well as grid extension, as well as necessary upgrades. So what is the DBSA busy with from a just transition perspective? So, the DBSA is looking to support and work with stakeholders across various value chains, various structures, whether state-led or private sector-led. So it has, in this particular slide, we'd like to showcase the activities, in particular, those that focus on, supporting existing policy and frameworks. So the DBSA's CEOs, as I mentioned during their statement, supports, the Presidential Climate Commission's Just Transition Framework. So we're working together with, the DTI to support the Renewable Energy Master Plan, having specific financing support, which is the ongoing support of the REAP program. I've mentioned already the ESCOM plant repurposing, as well as supporting the CNI and embedded generation activities, as well as continuing to deploy funding from its climate finance facility. The DBSA also looks to support industrial development, as well as anchoring specific transition initiatives. That includes economy or valley. Energy efficiency is also a focus area of the bank, as well as looking at a renewable energy sector development, that focuses both up and downstream, as well as already mentioned, the grid connection. So the DBSA in particular has also developed specific funding programs to support the just transition. And in particular, one would like to focus and hone in on two specific programs. The first being the Climate Finance Facility, which was established to focus on climate-related matters, whether it is climate mitigation or climate adaptation. So the mitigation almost actively and proactively seeking to reduce, the causes of climate change, and adaptation, which is after the event, largely looking at, how do you remediate and stop in future adverse climate change. So this particular facility focuses on job creation, social, as well as spatial development, and inclusive economic growth. So the initial commitment was circa $150. This is a co-funding and blended facility in which the DBSA looks to crowd in private sector participation. The focus of this particular funding scheme is projects within SACU, or the Common Monetary Area, which is South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, as well as Namibia. Another novel funding program that the DBSA has launched is the Embedded Generation Program, which in particular was set up to respond to the liberalization of energy generation legislation that has given rise to an exempted license at the 100 megawatt capacity. The DBSA has gone to market inviting IPPs to access funding, in particular for municipal as well as CNI projects. The project, this particular scheme has been successful, received over 50 proposals, shortlisted 33, and is currently implementing 4 of these projects. And the maiden projects are continuing, and the DBSA under this scheme has the plans, to fund up to 300 megawatts. And what is noteworthy also in this particular program is the qualifying criteria, as I'd imagine a lot of IPPs in the space would be interested in. So this particular funding scheme focuses on South African projects. Borrowers are typically IPPs. This particular facility focuses on solar PV as well as onshore wind. And the size of the projects start at 10 megawatts at the cap of 100 megawatts. It would be projects that have already secured PPAs, either with a CNI off-taker as well as munis, for at least a 15-year period. And the projects would be required to have conducted feasibility studies as well as obtained the necessary licenses, as well as consents for generation, as well as the transmission. The DBSA under this facility is able to fund projects up to 18 years, so providing both senior debt and even more importantly, a first loss facility to support deficiencies that may be picked up in the PPA. So the previous speaker talked towards the bankability of PPAs. So this product already addresses the gaps that are envisaged in the municipal IPPs. Further, the facility has equity funds that are earmarked specifically for communities who will take a shareholding in the projects, as well as for broad-based Black economic empowerment. So the DBSA to date has supported and will continue to support the REAP program, has invested just south of 20 billion into 34 projects. The DBSA also has supported 3 projects in the risk mitigation program and continues to be hopeful that the project will reach financial close despite the protracted delays to financial close. Also, the DBSA is looking forward to supporting bids as well as IPPs for the recently announced round 6. I had mentioned as we began the support for the Just Transition Framework that is part of the PCC. The DBSA is aligning itself with the Africa Case for 2030 and has and is implementing a portfolio adjustment towards just transition, which will see it continuing and maintaining its renewable energy position at about 50% of its portfolio, aggressively pursuing, as I mentioned, opportunities in transmission. The DBSA continues to have exposure to coal and nuclear. As I mentioned, the DBSA strategy is not a flight from this asset class or this fuel technology, but rather to maintain those positions in coal and nuclear as it has supported ESCOM through the years. And similarly, and I think it will do the same, for oil and gas. So the oil and gas exposures that are depicted in the slide largely relate to LNG projects, pipeline projects on the continent. The DBSA would also like to highlight and bring attention and emphasis to, its support for transition fuels, in particular storage, an emerging theme, and discussions have already been held, numerous, around bioenergy and its place as a transition fuel. And we've already talked towards specific funding programs for embedded generation. The DBSA, as I mentioned, as part of its statement that its CEO released, will also continue on that glide path to a 2050 net zero position. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the presentation. Yet again, another financing institution that is committed to facilitating the just energy transition movement, highlighting 2 key programs, the Climate Finance Facility and the Embedded Generation Investment Program. Our next speaker is Mr. Saki Zamkaka. He is the CEO of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. He will be speaking on the access to finance by SMMEs in the energy sector. GEP started operating in 2005, and its formation was informed by the province's growth and development strategy, which had identified SMME development as one of the key levers to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. GEP promotes, fosters, and develops small enterprises, thereby implementing the policy of the Gauteng provincial government for small enterprise development.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, Saki Zamklaga from the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. As you've heard before, we had two institutions, one a commercial bank and the other one a sister development finance institution, and they generally focus a lot on the bigger government-backed energy projects, and really our role is to look at what can be done on the medium and small businesses. Our mandate basically is to support SMEs in the province, as indicated here. These are typically the kinds of things that we do in the promotion of our mandate. We facilitate funding, and I'll show some of the examples of what we've done on partnerships on the funding. We provide what we call financial and business development support, so we give loans mostly. So most of it will be debt, and then there's a portion which we do as grants, and there's what we call business development support, where we can do some of the feasibilities that the two institutions are speaking about. So in some of those projects where maybe the project is a little bit too small and needs somebody to do feasibility on it and a business plan so that you can present to financial institutions. So those are some of the things we'll provide as support. The financial support generally, we finance startups, we do contract finance. This is an interesting one because what we've done is there's a lot of entrepreneurs who get contracts and they're not able to finance them to deliver. Actually, a lot of SME failure on delivering on bigger projects, especially to government and listed companies, other than the operational risk, it tends to be the financial risk. So we finance up to 5 million per project if you have a signed contract or a signed purchase order. Then scaling up your business, or even some franchises would do. And then this is the sort of non-financial business development support I mentioned that we do make available. And this goes to the different areas of what support. But as I'm saying, the most important thing is that some of the work that's needed to demonstrate that projects are bankable is something that we can do. And this, I think, is probably the more interesting part. So what we've done in the past 12 months is partnerships with other DFIs, and we're now moving to private sector third parties. And in this, we started with the ITC. We formed initially what we called the Rebuilding Fund during the looting, where it was a 50 million fund from us and 50 million from the ITC. 50% was a grant and 50% was a loan, and that was to put back people who were affected by the looting, almost back to the position where they could operate. And then we moved to another fund, which is a 400 million fund that takes us to 500 million, and that focuses largely on the underdeveloped areas of the province. So of course townships, because of the township economic bill, but the other underdeveloped areas where there's industrial activity that can promote growth. So we've put 400 million jointly with the ITC. We called it a Township Economic Partnership Fund. And in that, we've done two calls of proposals, basically. We've asked for, what we called intermediaries, but in essence, these are partners. We're looking at partners who are funding in certain sectors, and, let's say here, those who are interested in energy, you can say we have a small energy fund that is targeting certain activities, and we want you to come and match it. So we'll match it 1 rand for 1 rand, up to 50 million, per transaction of the entities that are coming to us. And then we'll also fund certain projects directly up to 10 million rands. Now, these amounts may look a bit small, but they are very significant for us because, again, as I said, they meant to target the sectors which
are not able to get money from commercial banks. As an example, I mean, for many households to get off the grid, someone needs to install those solutions. So there are SMEs that are doing the installations. But one of the things that's becoming an issue is the capital outlay for individuals who need to purchase the equipment, whether it's solar or any other solution that's off grid. So we're then also looking at supporting entities that are financing that market. Because again, I think as Nkune from Nedbank mentioned, most of the projects which are government-backed get over-subscription. So I think on the bigger mega projects on green energy, generally there isn't shortage of funding, but we think that there is a small layer which relates to households and what can be done, and that's basically what we're looking at. We have SASME, which is the first partnership we've signed in our joint partnership with IDC. They came in with 100 million to top up what we're doing, and their fund, they're calling it a crisis fund. Again, these are interventions on what can be done on SMEs that's a bit urgent. And then we do some blended finance and loans in that scheme, as I said, of up to 10 million per transaction. And we've made these calls for proposals open-ended. So we went, one applies and we evaluate and they will get approved. And anybody then who, comes and we've run out of funds can either look at the next financial year, but we've already said that the province, we may need to recapitalize some of the funds. So both IDC and the GEP are practically shareholders to the fund, so we're saying then to the province, this may become something that needs to be recapitalized a bit soon. So there's an email there for those who may be setting up funds on energy, as I'm saying, the smaller funds which aren't running into billions. You can send the email to that partnerships at gep.co.za. And then these are basically the examples of what we can do on the SME funding. That's the contact. Well, the blue doesn't seem very visible there, but for those who want to apply outside of the partnerships, you can also go to our website. We have an apply online at gep.co.za, or you can call our call center. So really that is what we think is another layer of financing that may be important as we're trying to make these solutions possible. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Saki. SMMEs present are encouraged to partner with GEP to capitalize on the holistic offerings available. Our last speaker before we break for lunch, last but not least, is Mr. Nicholas Mofe, the chairperson of BBC Infrastructure Portfolio and Energy Work Stream. His topic and presentation is on unlocking the opportunities through the Green Energy Fund. The Black Business Council is an independent membership-based organization representing professional business associations and chambers. Its purpose is to advocate for transformation of the South African economy through aggregation and amplifying of member opinion, thought leadership, and policy change in order to achieve meaningful and inclusive economic growth.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicholas Moope. I'm here to represent the Black Business Council. I would like just first to take the opportunity to express our appreciation for the opportunity to come and raise issues that affect Black businesses, ordinary men and women in the streets. You know, I was sitting there listening to most of these presentations. I think most of the work that the previous speakers have done, I think it covers almost 80% of the presentation itself. So I'll just run through it very, quickly, so that I don't stand before you guys and lunch. So, as it is the norm, I think most of the speakers who started here, every one of them had a quote of some sort, and I thought I'll do the same, except that I couldn't really find the, any of those other than from a scripture in Genesis 2, verse 15. It says, "Then the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to tend and keep it." Perhaps you may be wondering, how is this relevant? As I go through the presentation, you'll be able to understand where this becomes relevant as we talk about this just energy transition. The essence of it is that if we are not as careful, we will end up destroying this planet. And everything that has been said or shared so far was a reminder to say that we don't have much time to do the things that we need to do in order for us to preserve this planet that God has entrusted in our hands. So, loosely translated, one may say that, if we spend all the resources protecting the planet and forget about the very people who are supposed to look after this planet, we may not achieve what we sought to achieve. So it is very important. And I'll just now browse through the presentation itself. That is just a background. Most of it are things that you have heard. And second to that is an extract from the Integrated Resource Plan that is, indicating the energy mix or different, technologies from coal, nuclear, hydro, storage, PV and wind, and CSP, and the numbers are shown at the bottom there. And on the yellow, it is committed already contracted capacity, and red is capacity that is to be decommissioned, and then the green is the new additional capacity, and then the extension of our nuclear power station, Quebec, and then others on the far right. Studies have shown that building a climate-friendly, low-carbon society and economy is feasible and affordable, and the benefits to be realized at the top is the new job opportunities and green jobs, which some of the speakers yesterday have alluded to. And amongst other benefits are the improved competitiveness, efficient public transport system, new technologies, energy efficient homes or offices, energy security and other resources, as well as economic growth. The cost of climate change for the economy and the society it is said that it will be much higher than the cost of doing nothing today. The recent C40 cities research has shown that South Africa's cities can play a vital role in delivering green jobs and an equitable and sustainable recovery from the pandemic. And you notice the percentages there, that if in urban areas only we start taking action now, the national annual reduction in GHG emissions will be 27%. Workforce development and just transition policies must be implemented to guarantee that new jobs are inclusive and accessible to those who need them most. And direct access to investment from both public and private sources will be required in order to realize this plan. A delay in funding the inevitable action to tackle the climate crisis would only see these investment needs increase. Governments to direct more investments towards climate actions instead of conventional projects. And more support is required for national funding or infrastructure bill to invest in climate action. What government can do to ensure that the just transition is a reality, we believe government can assist in lobbying investments as well as policy certainty and amongst others, investments, be it from the World Bank, BRICS, and some of the local funding institutions. Now, these are just some of the objectives in what can be achieved. And I have here as well the global energy, renewable energy employment by technology. What is said, the employment opportunities created globally, according to the ARENA review report of 2021, by 2020, there were 12 million employment opportunities that were created, and that can increase to about over 30 million by 2030. Now, these are some of the factors that are influencing the renewable energy employment, from technology advancement, development, new and cumulative capacity, changes in labor intensities, supply chain structures, and policy ambition, as well as the COVID-19 responsiveness. Now, this was just an extract from the Cities Network report that indicated between the different countries that these were the job opportunities that can be realized by 2030 if we implement some of the climate mitigation actions between now and then. It says in the US, there'll be 20 million jobs created, in Italy, 1.1, and South Africa, 1.8. And this, within our local context will be the split of those jobs in buildings, 78%, 11% on transport, and then another 11% on power. Then locally, the renewable energy opportunities to be realized by 2030, if we, according to the RP, there is a potential for about 388,000 jobs. That is excluding the 206,000 jobs that can come from other, induced jobs or other related sectors. And this was just the annual employment opportunity that is expected as per the IRP. And then we're saying here, as business, we support a just energy transition that will promote transformation, employment opportunities, and new industry investments that will contribute to long-term growth and prosperity. And we were also just demonstrating the value chain, across where we foresee that there be employment opportunities, from system design, project development, installation, operation, and maintenance. And this is just a breakdown and a question that we're posing there in terms of the state of readiness. Now, some of the challenges that we are experiencing or that we need to put across as black business, I'd like firstly to just highlight that we have not really made much progress. Black business in general has not really been participating on some of these opportunities that we hear being spoken about. And perhaps that is for a number of reasons. And as the president was saying, our president in the previous summit, that he was indicating that we don't really have much to show as black people. Now, just energy transition, we believe that it must seek to strike a balance between the social justice, climate change, and technologies of humility. It is therefore essential that we take account not only of what science knows, but also how science knows it, what it does not know, and how to compensate for our ignorance. Persistent mismatches between the problems, policy framing, solutions point to unsettled ethical conundrums in the ways that the energy transition is being imagined at the centers of global power. Now, the challenges that we are facing includes the policy environment, the MFMA, which was alluded to yesterday, funding requirements. In as much as we see some of the initiatives that are being taken, we don't get to hear the specific allocations in terms of what we aim to achieve. So in other words, perhaps the plea that we can make to the city is that we would want to see some specific targets or procurement targets when it comes to BE in some of these agreements or contracts, and the initial investments as well that are being made. Sometimes it becomes a bit of a challenge to raise the amount of money that is required to be able to participate in some of these projects. And the stability during transition is something we need to look at as well as local skills on renewable technologies. So we really need to, in terms of solutions, perhaps enhance collaboration and partnerships, the incubation funds, the cooperation of energy associations, and the update of the resource plan, symposium on funding models, and involvement of pension funds and other new role players. I think there are some funding initiatives that were put forward that can be unique to our challenges locally, and then targeted solidarity funds and special fund for high impact projects, as well as multilateral investment guarantee agencies as well. So we believe that if we are going to get the just transition to be just, there needs to be those considerations, as well as in terms of making sure that our procurement systems are designed as such so that we promote Black economic empowerment and job creation, and make an effort to move away from the current way in which we perceive BE, that in many areas it seems to be perceived as an enabler for corruption, but that on its own is not necessarily true. Perhaps the individuals within the institutions and some of the provisions that ought to be made in terms of making sure that we are enforcing the BE requirements and put mechanism in place to monitor and make sure that we are achieving what we intend to achieve in the end, that will help us to move forward. Thank you so very much.
As we break away for lunch, I leave you with a quote from the Black Business Council presentation. The costs of climate change for the economy and the society will be much higher than the costs of doing nothing today. Thank you, and we will reconvene at 14:45. Enjoy your lunch. Delegates, please note that all the presentations for the past 2 days will be available on the City Power website at 5 p.m. today. Is there any representative for SAISA present? Also a representative of DBSA? Okay, delegates, the floor is open for your questions. I see a hand there. Please, can we get a roaming mic? Another hand.
Good day, everyone. My name is Buhle. I am a business developer for Geodyne Solutions, which is a waste-to-energy company. Ms. Joe Dean mentioned that the city of Johannesburg is there for us and to assist us, and that there is an infant access to waste. She's correct in saying that there is an infinite amount of waste, but no access. We as Geodyne Solutions for the past 3 years have been trying to access waste, and we've been turned away by the city of Johannesburg, saying that we should wait for tender. Now it's been 2 years and there has been no tender that's been released. I just want to get clarification and get an understanding on how can you say there's an urgency, but you guys are not releasing these said tenders. We've spoken to the likes of Kosi Baker and Artie Ferreira, who is part of the DBSA and works and used to work closely with Kosi Baker. And we were turned away by them, saying they're gonna release a tender, but it's been 2 years and there's no tender. And the second thing is regarding the people of Orange Farm. I do not understand how can you expect people from Orange Farm to go and get loans of 100,000. How are they going to pay it back? How do you expect them to pay that money back? Yeah, so that's my question. I just need to understand, how can you say there's access to waste, but in the end, Pick It Up tells us that we must pay them to get the waste? Thank you.
Are there any other hands? Okay, I see a hand directly opposite me there, in the back. Can we get a roaming mic to him, please?
Hi, everyone. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Tembega Madala. I'm from the energy space. My question is to the BBC. I would like to get an understanding from the presentation that the BBC presenter has done regarding the integrated resource plan. My question is, how is the BBC integrating with ESCOM JET? And secondly, how is it integrating with the ESCOM road to 2035, which sees the 22 gigawatts of coal-fired power capacity being shut down? And the third question relates to the integrated resource plan energy mix. I would like to find out from the BBC, how is it influencing the localization within the nascent renewable energy technology value chain? And how is the BBC supporting localization of the renewable energy value chain aligned with the DTIC's localization framework? I relate to the local content for renewable plants. And the last question relates to how is the BBC influencing the transition of renewable energy within the Mpumalanga province? And what is the BBC strategy to support the socio-economic impact to mitigate the renewable energy? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Delegates, please, can you kindly keep questions, one question per delegate, due to the time constraint. We'll take one more question.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, here.
Thank you. My question is to Nedbank. If funding for energy projects are 6 times over subscribed, why is the cost of funding not reduced or not reducing? The second question I have, I need got two. How is a PPA of 20 years regarded as off balance sheet for the city when IFRS rules specifically regarding obligations of the length of time, is obligated to the length of 20 years to be included in the balance sheet liabilities?
Okay, thank you so much. Question 1, Joe will address.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, to the lady that was in the audience, I never caught your name. Sorry, I came on stage a little bit late. I'm sitting at a table just over there. I'm sure you can identify me. I'd love you to come and see me afterwards. I can capture your name and your details, and I can come back to you on that. I'm not professing to own anything to do with waste in the city of Joburg. I'm an independent from industry bodies. I was merely stating that there's a resource availability, abundant resource availability within the environs of city of Joburg, such as wind and sun, and then obviously the waste. But I would love to have a look at what your situation is and see if we can unlock some conversations for you. The second question that I had to answer, I need to defer to my stalwart, Mr. Bellison. If someone can take him the mic on the orange farm. He's right behind you there.
Thanks. I can quickly answer the question. Not one person from Orange Farm need invest any money if they don't want to. I'm calling on the likes of Nedbank to offer households in Orange Farm 100,000 Rand loans on home bond type terms at the lowest possible interest rates, as long as that money is used to invest in a green bond that builds a solar plant that delivers electricity to them through the ESCOM and the city power networks. So they don't have to do that. They would borrow money, and the dividend they would get from their ownership in the solar plant that was built with that money would exceed the repayment installments on the money they had borrowed from Nedbank. And so each month they would be net positive and see a little ka-ching on their smartphone saying, you've just earned so many rands. We took all the money from your green bond, paid back Nedbank's loan, and this is the balance that is excess to returning the Nedbank loan. So it's a mechanism for bringing communities into the bond market where they previously haven't had collateral to do so? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Question 2 will be answered by the Black Business Council.
All right, thank you. I'll try and just compress the answer to the question or questions that were posed to the BBC. Firstly, as a BBC, we believe that the transformative solutions to the world's energy needs will not be achieved without also transforming the ways we look at the problem. As we speak, I think there was a question yesterday concerning the procurement strategy and the Black economic empowerment provisions on how the program is going to be rolled out by the city. And the response was that the current legislation will apply. But as we speak, you will realize that the triple PFA is currently not in place because of the ruling or the court decision. That means that most of the user department or state organs will have to issue most of these RFPs without factoring in the BE requirements. And that is just the reality of it, that the implication is that with all these state-owned entities that have gone out to tender during this phase, they apply for exemptions, and those exemptions are simply saying that they can simply disregard the BE requirements in their tenders, and they carry on like that. So as to the financial implications, I think that is something that is left to be discussed. There's already more than 110 of those that have been issued already or in process. So we, as BBC, we did make some inputs on the RP 2030 when it was released. And in the inputs that we've made, we were recommending that there needs to be an independent transformational audit of the REIPPP program and its job creation and committed economic development, as well as the industry players in REIPPP, such as IPP office and the legal firms and accounting firms. Then we were saying that a full review of the funding mechanisms in place to support Black IPPs and EPCs and contractors and operation and maintenance service providers needs to be put in place. And potentially a private sector fund should be set up to fulfill this role, as the current empowerment funders have not created any Black IPPs and EPCs or O&M providers in the 200 billion spent on this program. So we feel that the current funding mechanisms, they are not really conducive to create Black participants or new companies that will also, in this case, be able to participate in this program that is about to be rolled out by the city. That is where we were proposing that there needs to be some, innovative funding solutions that will also close that gap, because the current funding mechanisms don't really support emerging Black-owned businesses. And that is where they tend to find themselves being left out from participating in some of these programs. There was a proposal also on the decommissioning of the power stations and the repurposing, that there needs to be a clear, targets that are set for those local communities so that they benefit from these initiatives. And if that doesn't happen, it will leave a gap that now instead of us using this just energy transition to create more jobs, there is more jobs that are being lost in the process. And as well as a strict monitoring and enforcement of the BBBE in implementing these programs, I think it will help to achieve some of the imperatives that have been alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. We will now have question 3 answered by Nedbank.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think the first question, it was on the issue of cost of funding not going down since the programs are oversubscribed. So I think I can confirm that indeed the cost of funding has significantly reduced. And that is evident by even the number of refinancing that is actually happening. I think even the Department of Energy realizing that the amount of requests that they were receiving on REAP itself, so it was significant, and I think recently they come up with a refinancing protocol where they try to coordinate the refinancing request and also wanting to reap the benefits of the refinancing. Because if you look at projects that were financed maybe round 1, round 2 of the REAP projects, when you're looking at the margins there, even the tariff itself. So if you had to compare the tariff that was bid for round 1 and the one that is done for round 5, I think there's a very big gap that it shows, and it's going in the right direction. So even the cost of funding, it went down. I think you might have seen for round 5 some of the tariffs that were proposed by the sponsors. And for them to be able to also reduce their tariff is because the cost of funding, it also reduced. So the CNI space is also a new concept that came now when the corporates, they are wanting to also do their own renewable energy projects. And some of the margins offered there, they are also more aligned with the REAP margin. So there is a significant reduction in the cost of funding. So, and on the issue of the 20-year tenor, why is it still regarded as a off-balance sheet concept, given how it is accounted for? So I agree that from an accounting perspective, yes, this is treated as a contingent liability, and it has a bearing in the balance sheet of the municipality. But I think from a practical perspective, if we're looking at it, and why we're treating it as off balance, it's like if you were to raise, let's say for example, you go under the long-term funding route, where you go and borrow money from the bank. So, and you, with the aim of undertaking the project. So chances is that you will be expected to start repaying the loan with interest. Maybe you may get a grace period here and there, but let's say, for example, you get a grace period of 6 months, but after 6 months, you'll be expected to start servicing the loan. But in this case, you won't be. So when you are doing the IPP model, you still have like your duration to undertake construction in that regard, where you're not paying anything. And the only thing that you will be paying, it will be the tariff that if you are to go on a competitive basis, because municipality, obviously, they have to go that route, where they will get the best tariff. And the likelihood is that it's going to be less than the ESCOM tariff. So you are currently paying the ESCOM tariff. So if you are to do renewable energy and pay less tariff, it's just actually substituting what you are currently paying with something less. So, and that's what we're saying, like you will reap the benefit from that regard. And the reason why the funding of the project is not really the most ideal one, as I indicated, is that the municipality, they have service to provide. So if they were to do, let's say, a project of 5 billion, as in a form of a loan, a long-term, it's a CapEx project, yes, it may be done, maybe from a Section 46 process, they may do it. But the issue that you may have to experience is a situation that you may have to, when you are paying or servicing the loan, the amount of money that you pay there. Some, remember, municipalities, they are getting money maybe from the National Treasury and for providing services. So we don't want a situation where in the city, obviously trying to do a project, which is a good initiative, but you find that other services are impacted because even residents, they won't be happy in that regard. As I indicated, that the services that you provide, so you can't say today I have electricity, but I'll compromise on not having water, or I'll compromise on not having good roads, that potholes not fixed. So you also want that service not interrupted. But the way to do it is a situation where you're doing it on a more affordable basis, and where it won't require you to inject a significant amount of money from day one. And that will even also, open a gap for them to be able to, do the other borrowings at the later stage, because there are still other capex projects that they have to undertake, and they may require additional borrowing. But if they overburden themselves and they're taking renewable energy projects, maybe there's water projects that they want to undertake, at the end of the day, you may find that they don't have a capacity to service those loans at the stage, and then they have to stop, and that will obviously interrupt some of the services provided by them. I hope it clarified the question raised.
Thank you so much to the speakers who responded to the questions. That brings us to the end of the open mic session. Delegates, we will take a 5-minute comfort break as we prepare to conclude the Energy Indaba conference. Thank you. Sorry? Okay, we have some time for 2 more questions maximum.
My name is Jake Smuchumi. I'm a resident of Alexander. My company is the Tiro Trading and Project. I have 2 farms measuring 14,000 hectares. What I would like to do is to put a solar plant on this land so that I can produce solar plant and sell to the city of Johannesburg. The farms are sitting in the Northern Cape and the Northwest Province, but there's Eskom grid passing through those farms. It will be very easy for me to sell the power to city of Johannesburg as my city. Now my question is to the Development Bank of Southern Africa. I want funding from them and grant and JEP, not the commercial banks, because I can't afford the cost of the money from the commercial banks. I'm looking at JEP and DBSA. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. Also, unfortunately, the representative from DBSA is not available, but I did notice that you mentioned JEP, so if the speaker from JEP would also like to...
Good day. I'm Vogan Reinicke from Ward 68, Rivoli. My question is both to the city and to City Power. You guys have been talking about everything but the residents. And I think that is where the key needs to be addressed when there's issues pertaining to power. I mean, City Power's record is atrocious. If you look there at different projects that they enrolled out into the communities and you don't see any fruit from it, will this energy Indaba improve on those aspects? I mean, you look at their maintenance. They rolled out solar geysers. How many of those solar geysers are currently working? They rolled out LED lights with the option of giving people to, once the LED lights doesn't work, they can go and replace it with a depot in making sure that you have a new one so that the energy consumption is brought down. They had prepaid meters that they installed in residents' premises. Most of those prepaid meters were jippoed. So the city doesn't receive any revenue from these items. You're talking about energy. Why don't you store energy in your communities? Go solar route, let them have solar panels on their houses, have a grid that feeds into the solar bank, and then once we have load shedding, we give back to the communities. I mean, we have infrastructure that's dead. You go off at 8, your energy only comes back at 8 o'clock at night, if you're lucky. It's 2 days later, maybe, if you're in a good space. I mean, the city needs to maintain their current infrastructure first before they're looking at rolling out new improve infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions. Those were good questions posed. We will now take that 5-minute comfort break while
No, I'm asked for the question. Sorry, I'm the one who asked for the extension. I think I deserve it.
Okay, fine, we'll take the question.
Okay,
This is the last, though.
Okay, I've got one question and 2 comments. My question is unfortunately to Ms. Motala, but she's not here, but I'll ask the question anyway. At what stage, because they say they invest in disruptive technology, at what stage of the business did they invest? Because disruptive technologies usually, they come as new ideas. And I know that there is reluctance in investing in ideas. And who is in charge of, who decided this is a disruptive thing? Because I think they lack capacity for that. I'm saying this because I know people who have disruptive things, and they've been running around to get them done. And we'll end up like the Elon Musk, they leave the country and they do it somewhere else. Now I'll pick, that is my question, but the 2 comments, one is for the issue of Orange Farm. I would feel very bad if I live here without giving this comment. Because when I see the direction here, we are still perpetrating the advantages of the previously advantaged. When it is presented, and I read it in the newspapers before, it sounds like a good idea. But if you look at it from the point of view of a previously disadvantaged person, it's not a good idea. It is, let me tell you what it is happening here. When the city of Johannesburg want to purchase electricity and resell it. But the proposal here is to purchase the actual plant. Now, when we purchase the actual plant, that is what BBC was saying, we do not have any black business that has the capacity at the level of IPP where they can purchase from. They'll purchase only from the previously advantaged. And they're pushing this knowing that is what is going to happen. When the bank, Nedbank presented here, they said they are ready to fund, they are happy to fund if the IPP is responsible of running the plant. They keep ownership, they keep running, there are repairs, there are problems to spend there. But what they want is they sell you, they dump it on you. You give them the cash, their business is gone. Now you ask the people from Orange Farm to buy it through loans. And they have to sit with the burden. It's not an advantage. It's the advantage to the one who is selling. That is my first comment. The second comment is about ESCOM. The presenter, Ms. Jordine, she said there's no need for blaming ESCOM. I would say there is a need to blame ESCOM. ESCOM put us in this situation. The MC came with a comment today. She said the code to take home today is the cost of climate change to the society and community will be much higher if we don't do anything today. But there is another quote from BBC still, where he said, if we spend all the resources protecting the planet and forgetting those people who are supposed to protect the planet, we're not going to achieve that goal. And what is happening here, we put only emphasis on renewable. We seem to say that ESCOM is not a problem. It remains a problem. And this is a problem as now, it started years back. It is a problem because ESCOM made us being caught with our pants down as it is now. Just like USA, NATO, all those countries, the West, they've been caught with their pants down with the war in Ukraine and Russia. When the problem arrived, they didn't say, no, we dump all these things, we just go renewable. They ran to India to get oil. That we want, here we have coal, we want to dump it. They make sure that they even wanted to come to South Africa to get coal from South Africa, even though they are advanced. Now here we are saying that coal is nothing, we must just go renew. Coal is, it is the one providing most of the jobs at the moment. I was involved in other projects. We said, no, we do away with coal. But there are people, our poor people are down there in the mines. They are going to lose their job.
Thank you,
I think
sir.
I'm going just to let to leave there. It's a lot to say.
Thank you for your comments. It will be addressed after the comfort break. We will reconvene in 5 minutes. Also, to the last two questions that were posed to the delegates, please can you see me after the conference and give me your details? The City of Joburg and DBSA as requested that you take the conversation offline. I would now like to call upon Ambassador Douglas Gibson from the City Power Board Chair to give us a way forward from the Energy Indaba that was just hosted.
Thank you, Program Director. My brief is to talk about the way forward. What I've taken from this conference with 500 people here is that 500 people are looking for funding, but it's actually 501 because City Power is also looking for funding. You might have gathered that. When I welcomed you the other day, I said that our job at this conference was to state the purpose and to try to spell that out. I said then that the City of Johannesburg and City Power were starting the journey to a just power transition. I also mentioned that City Power is in the process of transforming from a distributor of energy into a modern, successful, profitable, and energy company, not simply a power supplier. In the Bible it says, "Let there be light." I regret to say there's no light here, so I'm actually having difficulty in looking at my notes, so you'll have to forgive me. And Sol Masola will know exactly what I'm talking about. City Power is required to make a mighty effort to face all the challenges that this new transition, that this new approach requires and in fact demands. We've made it clear that the City of Johannesburg and City Power cannot do this alone. To transform, we simply have to preside over the creation of new sources of energy. Kelvin, which, by the way, is a public-private partnership that's lasted now for more than 20 years. Kelvin is 50 years old in part and 70 years old in the other. Kelvin is not able to give us the slack and to give us the lift that we need, because it's getting near the end of its life. It might also, and I'm hoping that this will happen, Kelvin might also undergo some major changes and convert from a coal-fired power station perhaps to gas. There's gas in Mozambique, and one hopes that the talks which started 5 years ago come to fruition sometime. But the fact is that the less than 10% of power that we get from Kelvin, the 2 or 3% that we get from our own renewable sources, and also something like 90% from Eskom, that's not going to be enough to cope with the demands of the future. Apart from the shortage of supply from Eskom, that will not be solved anytime soon. I mean, I think it's going to take years. There's also the fact that Johannesburg wants to go green. Please don't underestimate that desire on the part of this city and of City Power. That urge mustn't be underestimated, because we want to become leaders in the local government field in South Africa in green energy. The people from City Power, and of course from the city itself, have listened very carefully to all the inputs that have been made publicly and also privately in discussions during this conference over the past 2 days. I'm sure that the delegates and participants have found the contributions to be interesting, and even if they haven't had the opportunity of interacting on a one-by-one basis, which I regret, but with 500 people there and just a few people here, it isn't possible. But I think people must be aware that, speaking for myself, and I'm sure for many others here, we've learned quite a few new things. You probably know that lawyers know everything, especially attorneys know everything. And one of the people who spoke today from the Black Business Council said every speaker today had come with a quotation. I couldn't find an appropriate one, so I decided to quote myself instead. Many years ago, when my son was 6 years old, he asked me something and I told him, and he said, "Dad, how did you know that?" And I said to him, "I'm an attorney, I know everything." Anyway, about 2 or 3 days later, he came to me. There was going to be a rugby match, a test match between the All Blacks and the Springboks. And he said, "Daddy, who's going to win the match?" And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't know, my boy." He said, "You see, you don't know everything." And so there you are. And I'm pleased to admit that I didn't know everything about renewables and all the wonderful things that we've talked about over the past few days. From virtually every speaker that I've listened to, I've learned something, and will take that new knowledge away with me. The members of our team have had the opportunity of making notes about every one of the contributions, every one of the questions. And I want to assure delegates and participants that we take very seriously what was said, the advice we were given. Some of the advice is no good, some of it is wonderful advice. But we're going to have to look at each one of those, and I promise you, we're not simply going to overlook the whole thing, this being a talking shop, and then we go and get on with the job. So, if you did not have the opportunity either to participate or to talk, then please do us an email. Send your advice and your opinions in. I want to tell you, though, that I'm not Mr. Moneybags. So you can look at me and I can smile back at you and I can listen to you very patiently. But I'm not the one who gives contracts. City Power and the City of Johannesburg are bound by laws and regulations. And for example, for a non-executive director of City Power to get involved in procurement is actually against the law. There must be no doubt about that. It's also, there are plenty of people who weren't here, and they're not excluded. We want to hear from everybody. The mayor's going to make announcements in a few minutes that I think are going to be quite interesting and quite significant. I'd like to thank the delegates who've come, everybody who's participated. I hope you feel that this was a worthwhile use of your precious time. I certainly feel that the response that City Power and the City of Johannesburg have made this conference worth it. It's been something that I thought was extremely interesting, and there's significant contributions, and particularly from people that we haven't heard of before or haven't dealt with before. So thank you for coming, and thank you for helping us to make this the success that I think it has been. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now invite onto the stage to give the vote of thanks, MMC of EISD, Councillor Michael Sun.
Good afternoon, delegates. My job is simple at this closing of this very intense, but I think a wonderful and rewarding, fruitful event. But please allow me to first greet my Executive Mayor, Dr. Mpopalatsi, and Chief Whip of Council, Darryl Mayers. Thank you for sitting here for 2 days. You really dropped everything to attend this. And of course, our councillors, not to forget our very inspiring and always cheerful Chairperson, Ambassador Douglas Gibson. Thank you so much for guiding us together with your board members to where we are today. I think I really want to say a huge thank you, and I don't think a thank you is enough, but please accept our warmest and from the bottom of our heart, a huge thank you to the delegates, to the speakers that came and presented, and our resident that came and both watching on the streaming live platforms. Our exhibitors, thank you so much for putting up a wonderful exhibition of your services and products and your knowledge and technology. Our friends from the media, thank you so much for covering this event. I had so much requests for interviews that I couldn't say no, because it was important. I'm sure it was the same for our Executive Mayor. You know, for the past 2 days, we've been doing TV interviews, radio interviews, so you could really see the amount of excitement and public buy-in of this event. I want to say a huge thank you to the team from City Power, Acting CEO Tsifalaro. I can't see where you're seated, but I'm sure you're in the hall today. Thank you to you and your team for working endless nights to put this together. Of course, to the officials in the city of Johannesburg, to my team from my office, thank you for putting up with a very short-tempered MMC for the past week, but we really wanted to ensure this was a success. Before I close, I want to go back to what I said to you yesterday at the opening. You know, we started with the opening speeches, and almost as a traditional custom, we want to quote somebody. I now quoted, in fact, a picture that I saw from many, many years ago when I was still a young man of Nikola Tesla sitting in his laboratory, looking down, concentrating with this huge structure of lightning ball behind him. And that was one striking photo for me to say that in those days he is an innovator and pioneer, but alone started to work on his project and led to us where we today have electricity at homes, at businesses, and certainly the last person, but not the least, I want to say thank you. And I intentionally left this at last, is to our Executive Mayor. You may find it strange, why am I thanking my boss? But I think this is not a thank you from me, Executive Mayor, but from our residents. On behalf of our residents, I want to say thank you for being that pioneer. It may have taken you in that space where you were all alone to come up with this initiative to say that we needed this Energy Indaba, the first one in the city of Johannesburg, so we will find ways going forward. So Mayor, thank you for being there, guiding us, giving us ideas, and ensuring that this was a success, but not to stop right here, but we'll continue to reap the success and the experience and the sharing of information that you've offered to us. We will very soon come out with our strategic document, and as the Ambassador Gibson said, a basket of opportunities where we want to engage with you. And certainly with the announcement that our mayor will be making, we look forward to having you back in a different capacity, but hopefully that from what we've learned in this Energy Indaba over the 2 days, we're able to have a next one in the coming years. So we learn again what has changed in the industry, what are the trends. Again, in closing, please accept my humblest and warmest Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for being here, spending your time, your energy, and your expertise with us. We certainly have been better than yesterday. We certainly will be better when it comes tomorrow. And the residents will be provided with uninterrupted service together with your assistance. And I repeat that my job is to ensure, with your help, under the leadership of our executive mayor, is to keep the lights on, keep the taps running, and keep our streets clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Michael Sun. And now finally, I now invite to the stage for remarks and officially declaring the closure of this energy Indaba, Executive Mayor Dr. Mpho Phalatse.
Good afternoon, MMC for Environment and Infrastructure, MMC Councillor Michael Sun, you've done exceptionally well. Other MMCs and councillors here present, the Whip of Council, our Chairperson of City Power, Acting City Manager, Acting CEO of City Power, representatives of foreign missions, esteemed delegates of the first Johannesburg Energy Indaba. For lack of a better term, we've had an electric 2 days that sent a strong message to the 6 million residents of the city and the country as a whole, and I'm told even beyond our borders. And the message is that we're taking active steps to mitigate and eventually arrest the devastation of the last 15 years caused by rolling blackouts or load shedding, as we like to term it. I'd like to thank each and every single one of you for making the City of Johannesburg inaugural Energy Indaba a resounding success. In addressing our energy crisis, it's important to understand that when Joburg, the country's economic hub, which makes up 15% of the country's GDP, cannot keep the lights on, it means that mass economic activity is suspended for hours on end, undermining all efforts to build a post-COVID-19 economy. Now, the last 2 days have been about establishing strong partnerships towards building the city, because it's a grand task that cannot be done by the City of Johannesburg alone. What I've been encouraged by is the willingness of the private sector and academia to see not only the Joburg Energy Indaba succeed, but also to see new IPP projects go online. Generally, there's been a poor relationship and poor communication between the city and its stakeholders such as yourselves. And what is evident over the last 2 years is that there's trust and respect between all of us, and therefore there is hope. The acting CEO, Ms. Chifulara Mashava, went further by declaring that City Power is open for business. Program Director, the big question on everyone's minds is we've had our 2 days of engagements. Where do we go from here? Well, as a starting point, we will establish an advisory panel of experts that will continuously advise the city and hold us accountable for the outcomes and deliberations of the last 2 days and beyond. The panel will draw from the diversity of expertise and knowledge that attended this monumental meeting of minds that must now become a program of action. We've done the talking, and now it's time to work. Program Director, MMC Sun has informed me that the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department and City Power will be embarking on a fact-finding and information-sharing tour of the city of Cape Town before the end of June, in order to learn from those who, at an advanced age, of employing many of the programs that we've spoken about during this Indaba. This includes how to best manage RFPs and procurement which we all know can often be a stumbling block that takes longer than the build process itself if not properly executed. Essential infrastructure crimes, that's theft and vandalism of our infrastructure, constitutes a national security threat due to the cascading effects and detrimental impact to other critical economic sectors and essential basic services. This is more pronounced in Johannesburg, as articulated by Major General Kadwa of the Hawks. To illustrate the extent of the problem, City Power recorded 1,770 cable theft and vandalism incidents in the current financial year, dated the 1st of July 2021 until the 30th of April 2022. During the same period, City Power suffered direct losses of close to 23 million rands. Now, these figures exclude indirect losses such as revenue losses due to unserved energy and the greater economic impact to customers and businesses. We're therefore pleased to have formed a close and fruitful working relationship with the national and provincial policing structures, including crime intelligence and the Hawks. This effort is being coordinated at a local level by the city's Group Forensic and Investigation Services Unit, as well as our Johannesburg Metro Police Department. The JMPD is already at an advanced stage of forming a specialized patrol unit that will focus on economic infrastructure and illegal mining. The MMC for Public Safety, Councillor David Tembe, who was here for most of the conference, mentioned this in response to a question from the floor. Now, when we talk about building a city of golden opportunities where the supply and distribution of energy is reliable, clean, and affordable, we must also talk about the incorporation of smart technologies in both the protection of infrastructure and the functioning of our aged grid. The presentation on smart technologies was well received, and I've noted the need to also engage local companies as well as our young people. In this regard, over 120 math and science learners from schools across the city joined us over the last 2 days. Over 500 delegates gathered under this roof to find solutions which are brought about by persistent and expensive rolling blackouts. If we're to relegate rolling blackouts to the history books, Joburg requires 100 megawatts per stage of load shedding, meaning that if we had an additional 200 megawatts, when the clock strikes 5 p.m. tonight for stage 2 load shedding, the city of Joburg would be shielded and economic activity would be sustained. I'm advised that we're aiming for between 400 megawatts and 500 megawatts of additional power generation, and in that context, we will find much needed comfort, and I'm certain that our residents will rejoice. MMC Son, the two questions on our residents' lips are when and how. Within the next 3 months, City Power will go out to the market for RFPs or requests for proposals, and that will be followed by a tender process. Once this is done, we can expect to see projects go online in a phased approach over an 18 to 34 months period. I believe that we can move even quicker and raise necessary funds by allowing existing IPPs to rent our distribution network through wheeling. This is a win-win for both consumers and City Power, but we must ensure that the grid works. So I've therefore asked the acting CEO of City Power, Ms. Chifularo Mashava, to break down the 26 billion rand so that we can isolate which aspects of it relate to the grid and substations, with the intention of establishing a fund and attracting grants that speak to that aspect. Esteemed guest, before we close, the first Joburg Energy Indaba, which I can confidently state has been a great success, we will now sign a memorandum of understanding between the city, the independent and alternative power producers of South Africa and or their associations, the investment and financing community, the law enforcement and security cluster, as well as academia. Some of the signatories are here, and those who are not will sign at a later stage. Now, I'm going to take you through some of the contents of the MOU, and I'd like to urge all of you who are here today, on your way out at the registration desks, we will have copies for you to sign. If you want to be a part of this move to restore electricity supply in the city of Johannesburg, introduce green, clean energy in the city of Johannesburg that's uninterrupted and that's cheaper and affordable for our residents, please do sign the MOU. And this is what the MOU will seek to achieve. It is to formalize an agreement that will, number one, investigate and research local and international best practices and innovations to determine the ideal way forward for the city of Johannesburg. Number two, explore finance opportunities and engage with potential financiers to provide access to funding that will make the chosen mechanisms feasible. Number three, to petition relevant spheres of government to remove or reduce regulatory obstacles that impede or may impede the success of implementing the identified mechanisms. And number four, to establish cooperation to secure and protect the vital infrastructure that's needed to ensure that the identified mechanisms can be deployed without interruption. And those are the four commitments that we will be making to each other as co-signatories of this MOU. Now, the parties acknowledge and agree that this MOU is not a commitment of funding for specific programs or procurement of specific producers, but rather a pledge towards securing reliable, clean, and affordable energy. The city further records that any and all activities under this MOU shall be undertaken in accordance with the prevailing legal framework. Now, at this point, I'd like to invite to the stage MMC for Environment and Infrastructure, who's also the MMC for City Power, MMC Councillor Michael Sun. I'd like to also invite the chairperson for City Power, Ambassador Douglas Gibson. I'd like to invite the acting city manager, Mr. Tian Ellis, and I would like to invite the acting CEO of City Power, Ms. Chifularo Mashava. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to be the first to sign this MOU as a pledge of the city's commitment towards seeing this through. And when I'm done signing, I will invite each of my colleagues up on stage to do the same. Very good with paging, but I have problems. Let's see how long it takes me to get this done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Let's see over there.
I'm right there at the top there. Look at there.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please appreciate what has just happened here today. Here's to say this was not just a two-day talk shop. It's to say that we appreciate all your valuable inputs. We have heard you, but it doesn't end here. We still need you. And we hope that you will become part of our advisory body that helps us to finally turn this situation around. And with this we say, let the work begin as soon as tomorrow, as we build a city of golden opportunities where the lights stay on and the energy we produce is clean and affordable. I now officially declare the Joburg Energy Indaba closed, as I thank you on behalf of all our residents for your care and commitment and for all your golden contributions to restoring our beloved city. Let's keep the lights on, and on your way out, please do take time to put your name and your signature and your contact details on our MOU. Thank you very much.